Hey everyone, it's me, Doomlink, and welcome back to the... well, no, I'm not going to say what series it is. I will say that it is Generations Ultimate. I said that I'm not going to announce the series anymore because you never know when things can change. And you end up doing something a little different to what the series would otherwise be targeting in terms of online game content. Anyway, welcome. We will most likely in this recording, as the title of the video will probably suggest, helping out Autonomic with his key quests again. He has been working on them between the recording of the last video and this one, so he is now, I believe, in HR 12, I think. Unless he's now into HR 11. I think he's HR 12. He just did his Lao Shan Lung Urgent. I don't remember if that's going into HR 12 or into HR 11. I suppose I could technically check right now. Oh no. I'm in a terrible habit. I'm in such a terrible habit. You know why I just pressed R2 on my controller? It's because that's the run button in Monster Hunter 1. So, holy fuck, that's not good. Anyway, let's see if I'm going to be using the claw while playing today. I've been playing a lot of Monster Hunter 1, and what this has left me doing is playing 4th generation Monster Hunter occasionally in the way that I would play 1st generation Monster Hunter, which is just terrible because that's what happens. It's kind of like going from 5th generation and then going backwards because, you know, you get used to playing in a certain way on your controller. It's the same thing with 1st generation, man. It's just bloody awful. But anyway, I'm going to get rid of my keyboard. Pop out my chat as well, if it works. We'll see if it works. I've got no... there's no guarantee that it will. But yes, I will check to see if Lao Shan Lung is present in the HR 11 or 12 quests. Maybe it's into HR 11. That could be what it is. Of course, the quest will be yeah, so it's into HR 11, so that means Autonomic is now HR 11, okay. Hello, Tubby Gamer 2005. It's a very descriptive name you've got there. But, welcome. But yeah, so... apparently, Autonomic and Vernon are... and Juvenator as well. Juvenator is with them at this time. They are, right now, working on Autonomic's key quests, and I think they're in a Glavenus hunt as we speak, or they're just getting finished with it now. But, in the meantime, actually, come to think of it, I didn't set up my roulette. Should I set up my roulette this time? Just to randomly select weapons. Wonder if that's a good idea. Can you join? I think we're going to have a full group together, Tubby Gamer, I'm sorry to say. But we might not. I will have to check and see what's going on, because I do have a group that I typically play with, but we might only have 3. If we've only got 3, I'll get you on board. So actually, no, sorry, I think we will have 4, shit. But yeah, you can try and snipe Juvenator's spot. But, yeah, I don't know, we'll just see what happens, but... if for whatever reason there is a free space for a person, you would be first in line, because you were first to ask. But yeah, welcome, Yen10. I will probably set up the roulette just because maybe it would be more fun. That's why I did it in the first place, in search of more enjoyment. It's raining a lot outside at the moment, like quite heavily, but I've got a decent amount of natural lighting, such that I feel that my room lighting is a bit too harsh, so I might fix that as well. It's fine. I've got things to do. That should be a little nicer. Now I'm not illuminated as if I am the second coming of Christ. Hello, Juvenator. Okay, and I will probably set up the roulette, which is a quick process. There is a raid from Vernon. I think we are probably now ready to get started, at which point or given that this is now the moment, I will make a room. Because it saves me from having to kick people, you see. So if you guys are ready to go, excuse the voice. I try not to sound like I'm being possessed by a demon, but it happens occasionally. But yeah, assuming you guys are ready to go, I'll make that room, which I guess I'll just call G-Rank. That should do me. That should be fine. No, well, yes, actually, I will limit it to HR 11. How about that? Not that it matters, because I think we're going to have a full room anyway, but just for the sake of it. I guess I will. I don't know how raids work myself, Vernon, but it probably worked fine. So I will set up that roulette now. It's a quick process, honestly. I mean, I was being a bit dramatic in the past when I was saying, oh, I don't want to do it while I'm live. It's more like, you know, stop being a lazy arse, Doomlink, and you might be fine, but, alright. So, I mean, part of it also, I suppose, is the fact that it takes me out of whatever I'm doing for a little while. Not for very long, but for long enough that it might bother me, but that should do it. Move you down just a little bit. More than a little bit there. Ah, too far. So you get to see the awkward things like just slight positioning. There you go, that'll do me. And then I may as well select what I am going to use. What have we got? Hey, greatsword. I was complaining about not getting greatsword frequently enough. And thank you for the follow, Tubby Gamer. Almost again pressed R2 to start running because my head is in Monster Hunter 1. I have started playing the Japanese Monster Hunter 1 with the intention of eventually carrying that file over to Monster Hunter G to continue my experience there. But I'm very much preferring the experience of Monster Hunter 1 at this time for the reason that the translation for that Japanese version is a much more professional translation. It's professional in the sense that it's not broken, like the Monster Hunter G translation is. The Monster Hunter G translation has text that goes off the screen. Like, imagine you've got a text box that appears on your screen. Imagine only, like, 80% of the text is visible. It's fucking stupid, but that's what you have to deal with Monster Hunter G. But it's nothing like that in the Monster Hunter 1 English translation. It looks like a normal translation that you'd expect to have. And, as well as that, it's a complete translation. There's no Japanese text so far that I've seen in that game, whereas in the case of Monster Hunter G, there is Japanese text, so it was good. My first experience in Mindguard was in Monster Hunter G, but with characters that I couldn't read the text of, so I went into Mindguard in Monster Hunter 1 and was able to actually read what everyone was saying to me, so that was nice. Are you able to get in, Autonomic? I hope you are HR 11. I thought you were going to that HR. If you can't join for whatever reason, then do let me know. So probably Thunder Greatsword is what we'll go with. And I suppose we'll do the Kezu Shock Sword again, how about that? Why not? Kezu Shock Fool. Yeah, that's right, N10. I am going to have to get out of the habit of using the claw. Because, to be honest, the claw... When you are using the claw, it feels very natural to do it, and the reason why is because your thumb is usually pressing the... like, your thumb is usually busy with something else, rather than turning your camera. So, in the case of the PSP games, my thumb was usually pressing triangle, circle, X, and square. So, it didn't feel natural, given that I was moving the camera with my left index finger, to then in try use my right thumb, which I would normally have designated for attacking and stuff like that, to then move down to an analog stick to move the camera. So when I first started playing Monster Hunter Tri, I played with the claw for the first maybe 20 hours of the game, because it just didn't feel natural for me to use the right analog stick, keeping in mind that my first Monster Hunter experience was Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. And I'm feeling some of that at the moment as well. I'm feeling like it's natural to be able to move the camera with the with your left hand, specifically your left index finger. It's very odd, but I don't think claw is ideal, but logically, in your mind, it feels natural. I don't know. I would not recommend that they bring back claw controls. I think it's crap. It's a thing of the past that should stay gone, but I'm engaging with it. And you know what, it's okay. It's honestly not the most comfortable with the PS2/PS3 controller. I mean, DualShock 3 and DualShock 2 are almost the same controller, so yeah, I'm using a DualShock 3 to play, and you know, on the edge of my index finger, it doesn't feel quite so nice to rock back and forth on the D-pad. Just doesn't feel all that good at all, but I'm making do. It was shockingly more comfortable with the PSP D-pad. Don't know how, but it was. Alright. So we've got Mizutsune here. I feel like I haven't fought you in a little while, Mizutsune. It's good to see you again. You can see I'm not going for level 3 charges here. I'm trying to actually get some damage off on the claws before he can move. See, I don't think that even hit the claws in the end. Uh-oh, I've been bubbled. I'm in trouble. You're not wrong about that. You would, wouldn't you? Of all the targets... okay, you've made your point. You have made your point loud and clear. You're being an asshole today. And here I was excited to see you again. In actual fact, you've kind of left me a little miffed. Anyway. We're all here now. So I suppose it's still key quest that we're working on. So this will be nice and quick. Non-hyper, just getting the quest completed. Well, here we go. Get in position for the claw. Of course, because it is the elemental weak point. Swear to God, I'm hitting everything except the claw. The bloody sword just bypasses the whole thing. Oh, Autonomic stole them out. Vernon will not forget what you have done. Although even I've stolen a few mounts from Vernon. Yeah, got it on the claws this time. And I will Moonbreaker once I have concluded my combo here. Oh. That was very good. I think that was me. It was me. It was me, guys. But I do think it was. And it was pretty cool looking too. It was a little bit delayed. It felt like he should have fallen over faster than that, but still. That was pretty cool. Managed to just avoid his hitbox and then hit him before he could complete his animation. I just can't help but go into a smash charge, just feels... Oh, again with this shit. It's kind of the opposite of shit, isn't it? Shit is unclean, and these are suds, soapy suds. So, I don't know. It feels like shit though. To be unable to move as you would like to. Stop you moving. Haha. Well, that's alright. Hey, Takashi. Yeah, I managed to get that on the head there. Whoops. But yeah, I might be keeping an eye on the lighting. It's one of those days where the lighting conditions can shift and you don't notice it. So I will be keeping an eye... Well, I'll be keeping an eye on the chroma key more than anything else. Because there's nothing more annoying than having weird staticky effect in the background behind me. And having it go on for a while. And being unable to fix it in post. Although... the VODs are primarily archived to YouTube, and the YouTube VODs look like pixelated, garbled shit anyway, so you probably wouldn't even notice. Probably wouldn't even notice. Not when there's no action, but when there's movement on the screen, oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, you can't even see me, I look like some pixelated thing. That's the YouTube experience, isn't it? What can you do? But yeah, I'm glad that Autonomic and Vernon did some quests without me, because they managed to skip over Lao Shanlang, which is great. Don't need to do any more of that monster. Shockingly, I think I'm sitting on like 7 or 8 mantles for that stupid thing, so I definitely don't need to hunt any more of it. I think I'm done. And you as well, Juvenator, yes. I would never forget you. Oh, Brimstone Slash for the end. Just to add insult to injury. Well, death and injury are classed as different things. Alright. Got 2 water orbs that time. I will do a brief checkup on the Hunsterverse bot to see how it's going. Should be A-OK now. Ah, I see. So, each time the bot updates for a streamer, it will sort of... If you had your Discord notification settings set to be given an announcement every time, or given a ping, or whatever you would call it, every time a message was sent in the chat, it would effectively ping you. So that's good. And yes, I am currently live on the bot, which is good. It is encouraging. Okay. See what we've got next. It's actually easier when someone else is taking care of the quests. I didn't realise that Barioth was a key quest. I thought they skipped over Barioth in this game for key quests. Don't know. Apparently it is though. I suppose it is about time, isn't it? Time for some switch axe. Now that I think about it, there was something that was pissing me off. What was it that had too low a level of Hunter Arm? I was using it yesterday. There was an armor set that I equipped with an inappropriate Hunter Arm. It should have been level 3, but it was instead level 2. Which one was that? I just got a flashback. Was it my status set? No, it wasn't status. It wasn't a sword and shield Hunter Arm. Oh, Vernon disconnected briefly. Oh no, there is a problem with this one too. Interestingly enough, this is not what I was remembering, but I do have a problem with this one too. We should have Chaos Oil 3 here. Okay, now. Glad I noticed that. What the fuck? Okay, so there's another one. It wasn't Hammer. It might have been... Could it be Gunlance? I don't think so. You'd think I'd remember. But I can't quite recall. Might have been Heavy Normal with Gunpowder Infusion. No, it wasn't. What the fuck? Sorry to delay the hunts here, but there was something that wasn't quite right. What an insect glaive. Is it charged blade? Couldn't be charged blade. No, it's not charged. I don't know. I give up. I officially give up. What did I get? I got switch axe, so... And we are hunting Barioth, so fire switch axe. It's going to be the Kut-Ku switch axe, which I don't think I've used on camera very much at all. Like, at all. Terror Bird Axe, there you go. Takashi seems to enjoy seeing switch axe, for one reason or another. Well, this is going to be a very fast hunt. With Juvenator on the Orcus Quarkus. No. No exchanger there. No. Not a good day for exchanger, once again. There's nothing more annoying than taking the time to check all your food and you still don't have it. It's a bit of a waste of time, isn't it? Oh well. Let's go for this. Well, it's good to... I don't hate switch axe so much that I wouldn't want to use it at all. So, I don't mind, necessarily, having it chosen for me so that I can actually use something that I don't usually use on camera. I'd say that's a positive thing. But you get me doing 5 switch axe quests in a row, you're going to start seeing an unfriendly Doomlink. A rather frustrated Doomlink, in fact. Okay. I did not fix my inventory. Resupply, there you go. Restock. Anyway. No, I don't think I'm quite on target for a drop-down attack, but that's alright. Seems like a pretty reasonably sized Barioth. Look at him. And again, we're not talking about Rise here. Rise had a much larger Barioth. By the standards of this game, uh-oh. Getting some connection issues here. Just, yep, cancels the animation there. Might just reload. Oh, you just managed to miss me, thank you. Uh-oh. Just barely missed it. Whoa! What a strange maneuver. He cancels his run, jumps to the side, and positions himself for like a wide angle of effect attack. That's awful. What a dick. Demon Rite 3 takes quite some time to charge up, unfortunately, but it's understandable. It is a very effective hunter art. I'll go back to, well, I'll go back to axe mode momentarily. Oh, Autonomic has disconnected. Is it something to do with my connection? Because it seems that Vernon's having issues and Autonomic's just disconnected, and what's stupid about that is that this is his quest. So, I mean, this is a quick quest, so we can get it done without having to abandon, but still, it's pretty annoying. Might use Trance-Slash seeing as though I believe I have the charge to do it. Trance-Slash really does expend a lot of your axe charge, so it's not really worth doing unless you've got a lot of charge available to you. Basically more than what would need to be recharged if you were to go into axe mode. That's the point. There's Demon Rite, which I will start using shortly. I'll use it now. There you go. There's a shiny there, but I'm just going to ignore it. Already limping, and as usual, as soon as I use Demon Riot, the monster leaves the area. It's really funny with Demon Riot, because what happens is, in the time that it takes for you to actually charge up Demon Riot, the monster will have been in the area for a little while. And so, by the time I use it, usually it ends up being that I'll be spending a lot of that Demon Riot duration on following the monster, which is really annoying. Thought I'd joust him there. It'd be a very cool way to kill him, though. Please die. I'd be pretty happy if you were to depart this earth right now, Barriel. This'll be the death. Goodbye. Quick hunt, we can do that again, I don't mind. We'll go for an even faster hunt next time if we can. For obvious reasons, it will be our second run. We're all warmed up now. Well, you guys are warmed up, you've been hunting. I'm the one who needs a warm-up around here. Terra Bird Axe. You know, it does seem a little lacking, doesn't it? The 10% affinity doesn't necessarily... That's the problem. It's 10% affinity in 3 slots to make up for the fact that it's only 300 attack and 30 fire, but I did deem this to be the best of the fire switch axes, so... I don't know. But that was specifically with Sharpness plus 2. Probably wouldn't end up being one of the best if you didn't have Sharpness plus 2, or Sharpness skills in general. I do love that huge whirlpool over there. It's very cool. It's even cooler when you're standing close to it, though. Burial Spike. Huh. Well, they obviously changed that drop in this game. Very odd. It was a Rarity 4 drop in 3rd Gen. And couldn't be acquired at all in G-Rank. Yeah, it was good, Vernon. I enjoyed seeing your dogs. Didn't get to see the cat, but... yeah. Okay, so this time... we might get an even better weapon type. If it's Switch Axe again, I won't be impressed. Heavy Bowgun. That's kind of what I was hoping. I was hoping for something that would be able to deal high damage. And the wheel delivered. Now, the wheel doesn't always deliver, let me tell you. Sometimes the wheel trolls me, but sometimes it does deliver exactly what I want, so... let's go. We'll be able to get this done even faster. Very good. I will probably need to top up my inventory. Well, shouldn't even say top up. I will likely have to buy 60 of most of my shots here. I don't think I've got much ammunition in my inventory. I could always be wrong, but I have a feeling that I'm low on shots at the moment. There's Exchanger. Exchanger and Escape Artist. Yes, well, I was correct about Pierce level 3 anyway. Interesting that I've got so much Pierce level 2 in my box, but literally no Pierce level 3 shots in my box. Don't know why that is. Anyway. Off we go. Burial take 2. Yeah, sure, Vernon, that's cool. I will take any and all Demon Souls questions. Finish off, well, maybe not finish off, get close to finishing off my wine. Sleep time. Oh, you're going to put him to sleep? Okay. See, when Juvenator says sleep time, I don't know if he means in-game or in real life, because, as we know, that's a thing. Alright, I might sort that, so we've got PS3, 2, and 1. I'll tell you what, one nasty thing about Monster Hunter 1 is that there is no auto-sorting. Auto-sorting was brought into the fold in Monster Hunter G, or possibly... Now this is one thing that I was thinking. It's possible that in the English release, or the international release, of Monster Hunter 1 there was item sorting, like for your box and for your inventory. But at the very least for the Japanese version, and I believe it to be a Monster Hunter G implementation, to allow for auto-sorting. In the Japanese version you cannot sort any set of items, like it doesn't matter if it's your box, doesn't matter if it's your inventory, you can't sort that. Now, you can manually sort your box inventory, but you can't even sort your regular inventory, like your pouch, at all. There's no sorting of that, to my understanding. I think how you would sort it is you would put everything in your box, and then the order in which the items appear in your pouch will be the order in which you've physically taken it out of the box and placed it in your pouch. That's how you would actually order it. By controlling the sequence of the items entering your pouch, which is insanity, but yeah. And it turns out that equipment sets were introduced in Freedom, Monster Hunter Freedom. So the last of the first-gen games was the one to have equipment sets, where you could register a set and equip that. So that means there were 2 games, Monster Hunter 1 and Monster Hunter G, where there were no equipment sets. And I'm going to be forcing myself to play those. And it's going to be interesting to experience no item sorting, either in the pouch or the box, and no equipment sets. It really is going back to basics. There was a time when I didn't know about the auto-sorting system, and I used to manually sort my inventory. I mean, it was a long time ago. We're talking Freedom Unite days and very early Tri days. Very early Tri days. But there was a time when I used to do that, so I'll be going back to my roots, I suppose. And I don't think I'm looking forward to it. Again, going for maximum piercings by aiming for the wing. And you know what, definitely the fact that we did a sleep bomb there made the hunt even faster. I'm guessing I still don't have too much in the way of Varioth materials. You know, there are more people streaming this game at the moment than I realised. I would never know because I just don't watch live streams, but I did search for Vernon's live stream just by searching the people playing Generations Ultimate, and at least when Vernon was streaming, there were about 5 people streaming Generations Ultimate, which was interesting. But yeah, I suppose it's a positive thing. It means there's some sort of audience for it. Quest complete. Now we can move on to a different monster. And again, I'm enjoying the fact that I'm not in charge of the key quests this time. One less thing I have to deal with. Not that I have to deal with much. Unless you consider recording this to be a task that would take up much of my attention, which it does, I suppose, now that I think about it. It does take up quite a bit of time and attention. Attention is what I meant to say, not time. Got a golden ticket there, which I'm probably never going to use. I never find myself using silver and gold tickets. It's only ever cosmic that I've bothered using, so... Is there one between gold and cosmic? Where are my tickets? So many damn tickets in this game. I mean, I've never played a Monster Hunter game where there were so many frickin' tickets. It's just crazy. I have to find my Veggie Elder stuff. But here we go. So yes, Cosmic is the level above Gold. Goes, I guess, yeah, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Cosmic. Cosmic being your Platinum equivalent. Well, that's extremely annoying, but... You were streaming Demon Souls earlier, and you were going through the Tower of Latria, and you had a Black Phantom appear, who was an invader. And you believe he was a hacked account because you could not damage him at all with your sword. And he one-shot you through a wall. Clearly a magic user, and you were on your Dex build in New Game Plus. Now that is very annoying. So... Now technically, if he were a magic user, he would be able to cast something like warding to very effectively protect against the damage that you deal, but if you really did pretty much deal no damage, then he probably was cheating. How? I don't know. I don't know how someone would be cheating already on the PlayStation 5, but people have ways. And you know what, people are probably more incentivized in the mainstream space to cheat in a game like Demon Souls because it is a hard game, so... You know. If you don't want to learn how to play it, you just cheat. Now what's awful about that is that they want to ruin other people's experiences because they don't know how to play the fucking game properly. Bunch of assholes. Totally inconsiderate. Got Lance. I did not mean to join up on the quest without actually selecting a weapon. So the health bar not coming up is definitely, yeah, so he's obviously cheating. That's a typical cheat in, well, a typical thing that you would come across with cheaters going all the way back to the Dark Souls 1 days, when you would target an invader and they just wouldn't even have a health bar, and you would attack them and there was no health bar to be seen. That's normal. It's some sort of cheat that makes it so that your health isn't, like, factored into combat or anything like that. Like, the health just doesn't exist. It's infinite. So, yeah, that would be in line with my experience. I didn't personally have to deal with too many cheaters in the Dark Souls 1 days, and I personally didn't come across any of them in Demon Souls, although I think they were around, but... yeah. Yeah, that's very annoying. There's nothing worse than already dealing with failure, and then some guy invades you, and not only does he kill you, but he kills you with cheats on. That's extremely frustrating. So yeah, I wouldn't blame you for rage quitting at that point. That's understandable. What am I doing? Lance. There you go. Fire Lance. Glavenus Grand Nova. Yeah, I would definitely recommend playing offline, generally speaking. If you don't plan to summon people, and you don't plan to invade other people, just play offline. And then maybe when you've learned how to play the game to your satisfaction, to the point where you feel like nothing will faze you, maybe then you can invite invaders into your gaming experience. But of course we wouldn't want to invite any invaders if cheaters were abound. And is starting to seem that that is the case. And I can't believe it. I can't believe that there are already cheaters in there, but I guess it's a mainstream game, and again, I think my theory that people would be incentivized in the mainstream space to cheat in a game like Demon's Souls is correct. I think there would be an incentive for that, and maybe that would mean that as a result you're more likely to see cheaters, even though the game hasn't been out for all that long. It's a real shame. Well, Cling Ring is ideal for people who aren't very good, but I think Vernon's developed some skill. Don't think he needs the Cling Ring to get by necessarily. But that can also come with a disadvantage. I feel like this is an extra large Gammoth. Could always be wrong, maybe I just haven't seen Gammoth for a while, but this looks like a particularly large one. Could always be wrong. Going to aim for the clod. Actually aim for the tail instead, if I may. Which might not have been a good idea. You can see I'm on a downhill. This decline is preventing me from hitting it properly. I mean, the land compensation's probably doing it, but I don't know. Whoa! Yeah, I don't mind dropping down a level or two in World 10 and see if something weird happens and I die stupidly. But it is always the safest route to, or the safest strategy to stay in soul form so that you don't have to worry about dropping the world tendency down and ultimately making the game harder for yourself. I'm surprised this fucking snow hasn't come off alright. So it was probably a situation where the snow couldn't visually leave the monster until he was done with that animation. Why am I doing that? Shield Assault, come on. I feel bad for him. He takes a lot of hits without being constantly paralyzed. We've got shinies everywhere because the snow has been disappearing from his clods. So we've broken that back foot. May as well aim for this one. Okay. Actually, while I'm here, may as well aim for the tail. I just can't help myself. This should be a pretty quick hunt though. I think Gammoth's fairly beefy, health-wise, but this has been a bit of a beatdown. Getting him right in the anus right now, which I somewhat feel sorry for. I'm not a proctologist, this is not a rectal examination. It's a little more aggressive than that. There goes that one. Try to get the front legs this time. Looks like he's about to try and leave. I do have Shield Assault to deal with that once he's out of my range, and annoyingly, I'm not doing well for sharpness here. Right, off I go. Hoping for a flinch, but again, sharpness not looking good. So I shouldn't expect too much from that. Still a fairly quick hunt though. He is one of those monsters that can be very easily chased because he doesn't cover too much ground. Well, he covers plenty of ground, but not in a short space of time. He moves slowly, Doomling, thank you. When he's limping. Now, if there's one monster material that I don't need, or one monster whose materials I don't need, it would be Gammoth, because I've fought a lot of Gammoth in this game. Don't know why. I think it's because just for some reason I always was playing with people who needed Gammoth stuff, I think. Gravios is next, cool. Managed to get you there. What is that mixed set? Mixed. Looks like mostly... Huh. Well, I'm seeing Glavenus, but I think that's Mizutsune waste piece. Anyway. Giant Snow Clod. Alright. I never use the regular Veggie Elder tickets or the V Deluxe tickets, I just never use them. Ever. I think I technically have in the past, like once, but I just don't have a reason to. I don't need those items that he gives at that level. Alright. Let's see what weapon we're doing. And that will have me decide whether I go with attack up or defense up. Hunting Horn. Attack up. As you can see, I don't care so much about elemental resistances with food. So, Gravios. With Hunting Horn. Well, it does have Mind's Eye, so not a big deal. I can use Click Clack. A certain Gravios. One good thing about this game is that we don't have to fight Black Gravios, my god. I'm not a fan of that monster. In the 4th generation particularly. He wasn't any different in 1st and 2nd gen from his standard counterpart, but in 4th generation they gave Black Gravios a bit of a makeover, a bit of an overhaul. Well, I wouldn't call it an overhaul. That's strong terminology, but he's different, and he's harder, in my opinion. Bring back Monobless. No, I can live without him. There was a time when I genuinely thought Monobless was the male version of Diablos and all Diablos monsters were female, but no, it's only Black Diablos that's female all the time. So, I don't know. I give up. Would have made sense, right? But maybe it wouldn't have. But it sort of would have been nicer, I think. That's what I believe. Our client this time is a tormented noble. Why he would be tormented by a Gravios, I don't know. He should be staying in his expensive house, away from the world of hunters. I will of course hold off on playing any songs until everyone is here. But self-improvement would be good. They do call it self-improvement in this game. Well, hello. Here I thought self-improvement is not what they were calling it. But it is. And I suppose I can start working on attacker. That's so stupid. His wing literally came down and kept me in range of that. I don't know if you saw. But had I been able to move properly, I wouldn't have been at risk of being hit there. But I was. I think it goes like this. Yes, it does. Memorize your music, don't we? Now, it has only been many parts since it was first mentioned, but I do actually need to check the menu of the game to see if I can have the song notifications appear in the center of my screen. Someone said that I could do that, and I still haven't checked to see if it's true, which is actually ridiculous. So, I think it's time I checked. I somehow forget every single time. Somehow. Go away, Renopolis. Well, at least I hadn't finished playing the song yet, so the notes are still on the start. I think you just got laser beamed, asshole. I do love the sound of a Gravios crying out. Because he sounds like he's in pain. He's like, oh. Oh. Sorry if I hit anyone. Let's see what I can top up here. Beautiful. Attack up and defense up. Let's go for a one zone, shall we? That's what I was hoping for. I don't have time to be evading any attacks. Just knock him down. One zone. We can do it. I've managed to lose so much health because I've been going heavily into the red from the hot ground. And then he's just been dealing little bits of damage to me here and there that bites into my red health. So I ended up losing a lot of health over time there. Yeah, that was nice and quick. Thank you, attack up large. Autonomic should have his urgent. Brilliant. Brilliant. Which would be... Valstrax, I think? Yeah. I think it's Valstrax into HR 12 and then Atulkar into HR 13. Which is interesting. I think I'm correct about that. There's a geyser that's going off on the corpse of the Gravios there. Let's go and see what weapon is next. Sword and Shield is interesting, and that should be fine. I'll go with Elemental Sword and Shield, whatever Sword and Shield seems most appropriate. Maybe Golden Riot. Let's see. 310.44. That's probably going to be it. I see Axar is also very good. Yeah, I won't go Golden Riot. It'll be between Agamemnon and Icy Axar. Okay, anything better than Agamemnon? Yeah, we'll go Agamemnon. I mean, Odyssey was fine. Why did you have to call it Agamemnon? It's not a nice word. Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. No, I don't have to do the paralysis. Just feels right to use Element against Valstrax, because the whole idea of him is that he constantly prevents you from dealing elemental damage with his Blight. And in return for that, by way of their balancing system, you can deal a lot of damage when you are able to dish out Element. Which means you have to bring lots of Nullberries to ensure that you can always deal elemental damage. Although he is completely resistant to Dragon. He takes equal damage from all elements except for Dragon, which he has full resistance against. And his head loses all weakness to element when enraged. I think I'm ready to go. My defense is 693 in a game where 900 defense is kind of normal, so that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, but should be fine. They didn't do Valstrax properly in this game. He's the flagship Elder Dragon of this fucking game, and he just dies instantly with a full G-rank team. He is so weak. What were they thinking with Elder Dragons in this generation of Monster Hunter? It's unbelievable. Give us a real hunt. Now, if you really want a real hunt, you do the Big Sis is scarier fucking Valstrax event quest. But I'd say that's going too far. You need to have a balance between your standard Elder Dragon and the more difficult one, but what I mean to say is that the more difficult one is absolutely ridiculously difficult, whereas the standard one is ridiculously easy. You know, have the standard one be an Elder Dragon, something that's difficult to hunt, something that's got a lot of health and hits pretty hard, and then just have the event be a bit harder than that. Well, you'll see, this guy will die very fucking quickly. Unfortunately, I wasn't Dragon Blighted by that attack. It's not every attack that'll Dragon Blight you, fortunately. But it does start to feel that way sometimes. Ooh. Not meaning to hit the face there. You can tell that he's not able to do too much. He's flinching a lot. You can see that the nature of Sword and Shield is such that I can constantly keep up DPS while at the same time evading whatever he's doing. I'm keeping myself moving constantly so that I can move around his attacks, but I can still keep up that damage. That's why I love Sword and Shield. It's just a lovely weapon type. I'll be aiming for the wings. Oh, Juvenator. Don't get greedy. I guess I won't be aiming for the wings. Well, yeah, I won't be, because I'm not on the right side. And by right, I mean correct side. Well, I was going to shield that, but I got flinched anyway, which worked. In the end. Alright, well. I'll probably sharpen up. Oh, it still hit me, that crap. I'll sharpen up, then use Chaos Oil. Got speed sharpening on this set. I should not be hesitant to use a whetstone with this set because of speed sharpening. I just didn't remember that I had speed sharpening because I don't really have speed sharpening on any of my armor sets. I have it with my sword and shield set in Freedom Unite, but outside of that, I'm just not used to having it. Stop it. He listened to me. He was going to attack and then he was like, oh, actually, Doom Link doesn't want that, so I'll just stop. Thank you, Valstrax, that's very nice of you. Find an opportunity to do sword dance at some point. It's so dumb. Well, that's my first Dragon Blight of the hunt, so that's alright. I can live with that. I just missed the life powder too. I got sent straight out of that area. Let's do sword dance. Very good. Even got some hits off on the head there. Very good, very good. Poor bastard. Alright, he's enraged now, so keep away from that head. Because it's all about the elemental damage right now. Look at him limping away. Imagine if we just one-zoned him. That'd be pretty funny. Let's check to see where he might be. Oh, he just goes to 7. Okay. I find that I usually fight Valstrax in the Arctic Ridge. Or I should say, Snowy Mountains. I prefer to say Snowy Mountains, that's what I'm used to. I mean, Arctic Ridge is fine, but I prefer to use the original name. I never say the Verdant Hills. I've never even entertained the thought of saying the words Verdant Hills. So, don't know why I said Arctic Ridge. You can see that my method for getting out of stun is not a very noisy one, but it's still fairly effective. I just spin my analog sticks around in a circle at the same time, and it does a pretty good job. There you go. And that's the flagship Elder Dragon of the game. But we're not going to be doing the event quest to get a real challenge. Now it's time for a real Valstrax hunt, because, you know, let's not get too extreme now. That quest is just awful. I'd say it's one of the hardest ones in the series. You know, it's up there with Super Brachian, Super Stygian in or from 3 Ultimate. It really bothers me that this is... there are literally mushrooms on the ground, but it's not a node. I hate that. I hate that. It's not as bad in this era of Monster Hunter where you do have gathering indicators, but still, I don't appreciate it. Hey, Ruby Dragon Mind Stone. That is the Rarity 9 drop. And I got 2 Red Dragon Mind Stones. That's pretty crazy. So effectively a mantle and 2 gems in one hunt. It always goes to the person who doesn't need it. Always. Oh, nice work, Autonomic. You know, for a moment, I forgot that Autonomic actually has retardedly good luck. His first Valstrax of the game, I would presume, has given him 2 Ruby Dragon Mind Stones, unless you weren't talking about... Because you have to remember that Red Dragon Mind Stone is different to Ruby Dragon Mind Stone. Did you get the one with the mantle icon? If you got 2 of those, then that's fucking ridiculous. That's insane, if you actually got 2 of the Ruby Dragon Mind Stones. two with the mantle icon, well there you go. Fuck me. Your luck really is ridiculous. Now it's time for Rust Razor G2, I guess. Which makes sense, because now we can access all levels of Rust Razor up to G4. Or maybe, no, I think you can actually access G5. I think G5 is an HR12 requirement. So it looks like it is time, once again, for Rust Razor. Bow. It's about time I did Cyanotaur with a bow. We'll go Rapid Thunder, shall we? Orcus Sagittus. Now, I apologise that it takes me so long to eat every time, but it's worth it. I think. Yeah, it's worth it. Of course it is. Hey, there we go. Gourmet voucher. One of my 187 gourmet vouchers. I think I can spare one of those. Why am I here? Stop with that. Exchanger, Heroics, Charisma. Alright, so just going to make sure my inventory is fine. I think I've got coatings in my... Yeah, well, I'm sitting on 490 power coating level 2, so I'm assuming I can even use those. Yes, power coating level 2 and element level 1 is what I can use there. That's actually crazy. And I'm sitting on that many power coating level 2. I mean, you have to understand, I didn't buy them especially. That's just what's accumulated in my box as excess. Which is crazy. You need Rust Razor Claws for the upgrade? Very well. I'll probably start off with power coatings. I do enjoy that they did a redesign on the Zinogre bow. Actually, no. The traditional style of the Zinogre bow, I believe, still exists. There are 2 paths for the Zinogre bow now. I think that's how it works. That was a fucking fast paralysis. Holy shit. That's kind of ridiculous. Definitely going to get Mega Dash Juice on the go. So with Juvenator and Autonomic on that claw, I'm actually going to aim for this one. Or not. Juvenator apparently didn't want to commit to that claw. Is that broken? It's not, is it? It takes a lot of effort to break the claw in this game for Rustrazor. As if Rustrazor's in another game. Yeah, it's not broken. I don't think. It's crazy. I've used a lot of my coatings to get to this point. It's still not broken. Yeah, good on you, asshole. No, don't roll in that direction, Doomling, for fuck's sake. What a shit show. Seriously. And that is the Cyanotaur special. If you're low health near a Cyanotaur, it's not a good time. What's extremely frustrating there is that I basically focused on his right claw that entire hunt, and I don't think it even broke after all that. Now, I think you can get Rustrazor claws as a quest reward. I don't think you actually have to break the claws in order to get them. But needless to say, that if you break the claws, or needless to say, if you break the claws, you will get a much better chance to receive them in the rewards, so I don't know. It's pretty annoying to not be able to break it after all that effort expended to shoot it. Whatever. I was using power coatings for that reason. Well, it's a shame. Am I gonna noob carve? Probably. May as well. What's frustrating about it is that I don't think we... You know, I put all of that effort into attacking a claw that didn't break when I could have instead been putting those arrows into a weak point. Yeah, that didn't break. That one broke? Why did that one break? I wasn't aiming for that at all. Oh, what a joke. Oh well. Juvenator is not even remotely interested in breaking the claws for Autonomic's benefit, from what I can tell. Oh, not doing well for stamina there. That was a good flinch. I can tell this is going to be... Oh, did that one break? No, I don't think that one broke. Well, I think, yeah, both of them broke this time. Why did they break so much easier this time? That's very odd. So yeah, they both broke this time. Don't know. Not sure why it was so difficult last time. I did hear that the damage of Rapid is bugged in this game. It doesn't deal the sort of damage that it should. It's actually a little bit like AEDs in this game in that way. They don't do the damage they're supposed to. They're weaker than they should be. Which is a shame, but I still enjoy Rapid. I'll still enjoy Rapid whenever I feel like it would be appropriate to have focused damage in one place. But I think it could always be possible, and I've theorized this before, that Rapid's damage was intentionally nerfed to give people the incentive to use Heavy Shot. Because it's a similar use case, you know, Heavy Shot and Rapid Shot, it's focused damage in one place. Heavy Shot's even more of that. But maybe to incentivize people to use Heavy, they made Rapid even weaker, I don't know, but I was effectively told that it was bugged. In fact, I believe I was told in no uncertain terms quite explicitly that it was bugged, so I don't fucking know, but all I can tell you is that Rapid appears to do less damage than it should. So maybe Heavy is the way to go, if you want to deal localized damage. Oh, what am I doing? Not Mega Armor Skin, thank you. Next is Rust Razor G3. This includes a Hyper Malfestio. I think Malfestio is a bit weak too. Thunder, but I might actually do what Juvenator's doing, and I think I will use the Crimson Fatalis. Unless, no, I might not use the Crimson Fatalis Insect Lathe, because I haven't upgraded my Kinsect yet. How am I going with this Kinsect? Let's check. And you guys will probably say, just move the Kinsect over. Well, I could, but... Oh, Popfish. That's why I couldn't upgrade it further. Fucking Popfish. For a Kinsect. I don't have Popfish. What rarity is it? Maybe I can be given Popfish. If anyone has Popfish... Yes, could I please have some Popfish? Like, maybe 5 of them. I don't know how many I'll need in total. Like, maybe I'll need more after this upgrade. It's possible, but... Yes, for some reason I don't have many Popfish, so if anyone could please give me Popfish, that would be great. We've got 2 people competing to give me Popfish, it seems. First come, first serve, huh? Well, thank you. Thank you. And that's 10 Popfish. Thanks, guys. I just don't have any, I don't know why. I don't know if I can trade for them. Can I trade for them? Is there like a fishing trade I can do? I don't think it includes Popfish because I swear I checked before. Let me see. Fish market. No, it does include Popfish. Fuck me. Well, you know what? I'll do 10 rounds of that. How about that? But thank you for the Popfish right now, because that helps. And let's upgrade our Kinsect further. Oh, that's right, I haven't fed it. Am I going for... Oh, not doing too well for plus jelly here. It's one thing after another, isn't it? And I don't remember what I was upgrading before. I guess I'd now do heavy jelly. And then... yeah, that's how I'll feed him this time. And then upgrade you. How high does a Kinsect level up to? Maybe 15 or 10? I don't know. No, actually we might just do speed this time. I think so. I can't remember how I used to feed my Kinsects. Usually what I do is I would prioritize speed. Like it would go in descending order of priority, it would go speed, power, weight. That's how I would do it. Because I care more about my Kinsect's ability to actually get to the monster. No, let's not do that. Let's actually have it reflect what I want. And I do not... Are any of these... Am I just going to stick with the Wind Chopper? Probably. Get to the Wind Chopper. There you go. You don't want there to be no weight. It's good to add some weight to it. I don't see the point of upgrading to either of these two. I'll just stick with the Wind Chopper for now. It's full of fish. At least I've got some spear tuna. So after this I'll be able to level up to a different one apparently. If it's worth getting. I don't see a fucking difference in stats here. I mean, obviously it will upgrade into something different. Oh, unless... Ah, I see. It cancels the weight stat. I'm assuming, so... We definitely don't want to upgrade to that. Looks cool, though. Looks pretty cool, but... I'll stick with Wind Chopper. This is the first time I've ever upgraded a Kinsect on camera. Just in case you didn't know. I don't think I want to do much more of this. I'm out of speed jelly now. I don't want to take you to 14, so... You know what, that'll do for now. Level 10 Kinsect is fine. Sorry for taking so fucking long, but... I just wanted to upgrade this Kinsect while I was here. I don't swap Kinsects between insect glaives because that's not how I did it in 4 Ultimate, because you couldn't do that from memory, and you know, it's just one less step every time you equip a new insect glaive. You know, I want a Kinsect attached to that insect glaive that I don't have to worry about. That is the strategy that I employ. No exchanger this time. Alright. And this is the first time that I've used this particular insect glaive in this game. The last time I used this insect glaive was in 4 Ultimate, and it had a different design in that game. It had the same design as the Black Fatalis and the White Fatalis insect glaives in this game. Why they changed the design here, I've got no idea. Probably just to distinguish between the other ones. For some reason. It feels like it has less range. Oh, I see. It actually... I do see what's going on there. I didn't realize that it had folded itself. That makes sense. So it's probably longer range than the other ones. I don't know. I do like the Kinsect though. Very pretty. I don't know where the fuck I'm going, by the way. I'll find a monster eventually. How about we just... No, not that. I wanted a Psycho Serum, you bloody fool. Whatever. Looks Looks like we're all here to fight the Malfestia first. Come on, come back here, you stupid insect. Just as I was complimenting it. Now it wants to behave poorly. I won't be doing any mounting here because there's no real reason to. Vernon's got the mounting under control, so I'll just focus on damage, and that's really what Insect Glaive is now. It's not really a mounting weapon type. The pole vaulting is, more than anything else, I feel, something that you use to close the distance between yourself and the monster, whilst dealing damage to the monster. It works in that sense. And sometimes it can help to give you access to parts of the body that you might otherwise find difficult to hit as a Blade Master. So that's what I feel the pole vaulting has become with this weapon type. Hopefully I can get Extract Hunter on target. Yes, I will be able to, because he is indeed paralyzed. That was very fast for a Hyper Hum. Even though he had reduced health from the fact that it's a double quest, that was still very fast. Very nicely done. But I am dealing pretty heavy damage with this Insect Glaive, and no doubt Juvenator is also. I'm sitting on 365 damage with 55 blast. That's not fucking around at all. That's crazy. I think we found the Rust Razor quest that we grind if we need other tickets, or maybe we can't really get many other tickets from G3. I think you technically can, but maybe not. I do love the 55 blast status though, that's really good. I hadn't really properly taken notice of it, but it's doing work. Well and truly. Alright, so trying to get those claws this time. If I can get some blasts on the claws, that'd be great also. Unfortunately, I do not have my next round of Extract Hunter charged up yet, which is unusual. Normally I would have long since charged up Extract Hunter. This is problematic. Alright, and what's white? Is it the shell? No. Is it the legs? Must be the legs. I had to spend this whole fucking knockdown getting my colours. Am I really bouncing with white sharpness off these fucking claws? You've got to be kidding me. I am actually bouncing off the fucking claws with white sharpness. I can't believe it. Whose idea was that? To make the claws that fucking hard. Not a fan. Not a fucking fan over here. The problem is with this Insect Glaive is that while it does have purple, it's not much purple. I can sharpen back up to it now and try and attack the claw I've been attacking up until this point, but if you check my sharpness, not too much in the way of purple there. And of course I'd be almost out of fucking Golden Man. This is stupid. I'm going to write a very wordy letter to Capcom over this. Ow. Well, there you go. I'm assuming no claws are broken, but whatever. Can't believe I was bouncing. Gotta be bloody joking. Blue sharpness, sure, but white? That's not very nice. Well, hopefully you get some hard claws this time. They are a quest reward, I think, but it's not very encouraging that you didn't get any Rust Razor hard claws when we had broken claws in the previous quest. We didn't break any this time, so it doesn't really bode well for your chances. There's one Rust Razor hard... So I got 2 Rust Razor hard claws with no... 3! I got 3 Rust Razor hard claws with no broken claw. So that's encouraging. It means that there is a pretty good quest drop chance. And that was a Gold Crown Small Rust Razor. Didn't look like it, did it? But it was small enough for that, apparently. What the fuck? And here is the one faint Rust Razor, for which I suppose someone will have to eat insurance. And let's see what weapon I'll be using. Oh, greatsword. I knew it was just going to go over to greatsword there. Looks like I'm going to be the insurance guy today. That's alright. Insurance is just a necessity, because what happens is, yes, one person can just happen to die. It's not that unusual. It's much easier to do this quest if you've at least got one death available. Makes a huge difference to the experience. Fortunately, I didn't have to go eating in elemental resistance to get insurance this time. I was just sitting there in what I believe to be attack up. Yeah, insurance is a very useful skill. It's funny because, well, maybe it's different now, but during the first year or two of this game's existence, no one ate for insurance. It's as if people didn't even know it existed. For all the quests that really would have gotten the most benefit out of insurance, I never saw people eating for it. I'd always have myself be the last person to eat because I never wanted to be the guy to eat for insurance. I would always prefer to eat for some other skill, but I would do it for the sake of the team, but no one would ever eat for insurance, ever, ever, ever. And it is a fixed skill, or at the very least a skill that you can always get. So, I don't know why people didn't eat for it more often. It's very useful, particularly for one faint hunt. Oh dear. But yes, welcome Just a Souls player. Feel free to stick around, I do play Souls from time to time. As I'm just as much a Souls player as I am a Monster Hunter player. Started both during the same year, in fact. That was pretty quick. You know, there's nothing more insulting than being in the middle of a paralysis, and you're in the middle of charging your greatsword during said paralysis. And some fucking Uroktor comes out of the ground and sends you flying. There are two of them there. I'm not attacking them because I don't want to waste my purple sharpness on them. Well, I'm certainly not talking about the world community. And whatever the world community needs to come to grips with is none of my business. Those people haven't come to terms with much at all. They probably still don't know what a good Monster Hunter game is, I'm sorry to say, but... Anyway. Oh shit. Well, I suppose I won't be healing for this. I can't help myself. It's damage time. It's quite satisfying to get that off on the face like that, but I'd better be healing up now. I can see that in a One Feint Deviant quest they give you a stack of 5 First Aid Med Plus, because I only took a single stack and I'm sitting on 5 right now, so that's very generous of them. All the people that I'm playing with right now are effectively viewers, Souls player. I do play with viewers, but I generally don't rotate people out, because it's just more effort than it's worth. If someone wants to go, then that will be an open spot for someone else to join. That's just how I do it. But I certainly don't avoid playing with viewers. Yeah, all the people in this hunt right now are people that started off as viewers, and now I hunt with them fairly regularly. In fact, the whole purpose of this recording session is to help Autonomic specifically. Why can't I talk right now? What the fuck? But yeah. He is basically the subject of assistance here. What's my favourite Souls game? Probably Demon's Souls, because it was my first. Before the Atlas version came out, I played on the Chinese-English version, which was around mid-2009 when I was playing that. And generally the first one that you conquer will be your favourite. Now, I still haven't played the remake, not because I don't want to, but because I don't have access to a PS5, and I'm not going to... Well, that's a long story, but... I'm not a console gamer anymore. Save for Nintendo consoles, I suppose. And, yeah, I have no reason to get a PS5. It would literally just be for Demon's Souls, and I don't want to spend money like that. Just to play a remake of a game that I've been playing for so long, it would be great, but... not worth it. I mean, you have to understand there is a very, very strange feeling to have a game that you've been playing for so long, and that is basically your favourite game, being played by people who might have never even played a Souls game before because they got a PS5 at launch, and you're just sitting there unable to play it. It's very odd. I felt locked out of it. And I don't mean for it to come across as entitled in any way, but I felt that I was more deserving of experiencing a Demon's Souls remake than the vast majority of people who were picking up the game at launch. And yet I was basically barred from it, because it was just at a price point that was unreasonable. Now, of course, strictly speaking, Sony has every right, probably both morally and legally, obviously, to use that intellectual property to sell their game console, but I don't appreciate it. So. I really didn't feel too great about it, but I'm over it now. I wasn't really distressed in the past, but it was a surreal feeling. Because it wasn't just some game that I liked, it was kind of my favourite video game. And still is to this day. And I wasn't able to play the remake of it while basically any person who owned a PS5 that probably didn't necessarily care about Souls games was able to play it, so. That's good to hear, Autonomic. I'm glad I didn't change my room lighting situation because it just got much brighter outside. I'll wait for exchange of first, then I will select a weapon. Well, assuming I can even get exchanger, which is not looking hopeful, unless I can get it here, which is a no. Alright, what's our weapon? Because again, some of my armor sets do have terrible defense, so that would dictate whether I would eat for attack up or defense up. For light bowgun, I suppose. Attack up. Because I've got good defense on my gunner sets. Okay. So, well, you know what, this works out well. I'm happy to have light bowgun as the weapon I'll be using for this one. I'll probably go light pierce. Again, the wheel has delivered on my preference. Very nice of it. Thank you, wheel. I won't be using Adept, I'm not desperate. Full House 2. I guess I don't have Full House 3 yet. Should I check just for good measure? I'm pretty sure I don't have it. I never used Full House 2 because it doesn't load all shot types, so I just don't bother. It's this Hunter art that just sits there, never to be used. Yeah, I still don't have Full House 3, whatever. It can just stay there, being a useless Hunter art. Alright. Need to break the shell for a heavy rust razor scalp, apparently. That should be enough ammunition, I think. Not like I'm going to bring combination materials in mod standard generations ultimate to bring combination materials for shot types. What an absolutely ridiculous proposition. In a game with internal ammunition, you're going to have me bring combination materials for shot types? What a laugh. Oh, Autonomic needs to be HR 13 for this. Interesting. Because I really did think that HR 12 was the highest requirement. Turns out not. Well, HR 12 was the highest requirement. Is that what I said? I hope so. But it looks like we're not going to be doing Rust Razor G5. Can he get the scalp from G3? Because G3 was a very quick, easy hunt. And I won't have to eat for insurance for that. Alright, we'll do that then. Do I have anything that I would want to use light bowgun? No, I think I would like to stick with pierce light bowgun for this. I wouldn't go elemental light bowgun if I'm aiming for the shell. I want to pierce through the shell into the weak point. And I'll save slicing for Malfestio, obviously, because piercing through Malfestio won't be as effective given that he has a smaller body. Okay. G2 could be good as well. It's not a quest reward, is it? It's probably a wound reward. Wound reward, break reward, whatever you want to call it. Okay. Even though I'll be passing in front of Rust Razor first, I don't think I want to fight Rust Razor first. But I will paintball him in case he moves for some reason. He's just minding his own business, having a munch. This guy. Get some slicing on the go. On your face. How about that, my friend? That's evasion... oh, evasion 1 for you. Let's not forget the days of evasion 3. Remember that fucking skill? Evasion 3. And I thought it was such a silly skill, and then guess what they did? They brought evasion 3 back, but instead of needing 20 points in a skill for evasion 3, oh, you can just have it automatically. In the form of Adept, because we're Capcom and actually don't give a shit about balancing the game. Ha 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 ha. You fucking dickheads. You actual dickheads. Now, I don't know if the iframes are exactly the same for Evasion 3 and Adept, but it's very close. It's very close. I would say that it is the same, because Adept is incredibly lenient. Possibly more lenient than Evasion 3. I mean, it's basically the entire roll animation. It's crazy. So, I really do have to say that Adept was a terrible implementation. But whatever. I use it, so I can't shit on it too much. I don't use it often, I only use it for quests where it really feels necessary, obviously. But, yeah. Would rather it not be in the game as an option. I mean, it really is incredible, isn't it? It shouldn't... Evasion 3 shouldn't have existed even as a 20-point skill, okay? And yet, they bring it back without even... by bypassing the entire armor set skill system. It's just incredible. It takes a special kind of stupidity to do that. But that's Capcom for you. Sometimes I just don't get it. Don't get what goes through their heads. I'd very much like to get a flinch in midair again. It's very satisfying. Oh. And he's dead. Perfect timing, because that was my last slicing shot. Very good timing. Juvenator doesn't have time for his Malfestio carbs. I don't need Malfestio materials. Well, neither do I. I've never made a Malfestio weapon, I don't think. I don't think there's been a single Malfestio weapon I've ever made. I think I might have made the armor set for transmog purposes, although I don't think I've actually applied it as a transmog armor set, but... yeah, it's... definitely a a kind of monster that I'm not going to make weapons for. For instance, I never made Hypnoc weapons because same kind of idea. Sleep-based. I don't really do Sleep Blade Master. And besides, Sleep was terrible in 2nd gen because it just... Basically, you could interrupt it immediately, unless the entire team was ready to stop attacking. There was no way that you'd actually get a successful sleep off online. There's just no fucking way. Even if you were even if you were hunting solo with a Sleep Blade Master weapon, you could very easily interrupt your own sleep. Because you get like 1 full second, I think, where you're allowed to hit the monster during the sleep animation. It's like 1 second. And if you don't catch it, or if you're stuck in a combo, tough shit. You've lost your sleep. That's how it was. So Hypnoc weapons back then were honestly less worth it than Malfestia weapons today, but still. Got through that shell nice and quickly. I'm not shooting the weak point because I'm going for more piercings rather than hitting weak points. That is what you should be doing with the pierce shot type. Rust Razor is down. Nice quick hunt once again. Shat on indeed. Might check my emails, just for fun. Because that's what I do. Oh, back off. Mobile live dashboard. I had to download the Twitch app just to watch Vernon stream before. I don't like downloading apps for things that have websites. I just don't like it, because the thing is, apps are never as well designed as websites, you know. They never have been, never will be. I mean, maybe some are better designed, but usually apps are just worse. What I usually do is I will open a website in desktop mode on my phone. And while that's kind of awkward, you know, it's not 2005 anymore. I can have a full web page on a phone, thank you. So I don't particularly understand why I need some app. But I wasn't allowed to chat unless I got the app. You know, they didn't allow me to chat in the desktop apps, so, or in the desktop page on my phone. Yeah, desktop mode is the way to go. Not always. Some websites are fine in their mobile versions. But a lot do suck, so I just go desktop. Especially for websites like fandom.com, god that sucks. In mobile mode, I'll just go desktop mode, thank you. No time for your terribly laid out fucking mobile mode. I also do the same with my anime list. Well, a lot of websites really, but yeah. Next weapon type. Bow again. Which I will not complain about. Juvenator, you should have received a lot of max potions for free from Capcom. I think max potions were given in, like, stacks of max potions. Have you gone to the DLC and, like, downloaded the item packs that you're given for free? Because you shouldn't need max potions unless you've used them all. They're also very easy to make, yeah. But if you've used all the ones you had, that's a lot to go through. Admittedly, I've gone through them all. Maybe I'm not one to talk. Well, I suppose max potions can be given. Let's see if I can make more. Do I have anything in the trade box? Stop going to Meowster Hunters every fucking time. Alright. So, what I will do is I will send you guys out. I should have done this before, I don't know what I was thinking. And I don't know what the fuck is used as gratuity in this game because I don't have any of it. I don't even have one type of gratuity seed or whatever. So that's kind of shit. Okay, so nutrients. I think I've got lots of nutrients. Yes, no shortage of nutrients around here. It's mega nutrients that I need. So let's go and make some of the mega nutrients. Take myself down to 10 honey. And combine mega nutrients with dragon toadstools. And I have more than a stack of toadstools, so that's good. I will use all of my mega nutrients here. You get them mostly from doing cat things, no wonder. No wonder. Doing cat things. Yes. I can see why I don't have any. If you ever wanted my opinion on Prowler, there it is. Okay. So, if anyone hasn't already given Juvenator some max potions... Oh. Looks like Vernon's going to be giving away the max potions this time. I'm sitting on 82, so that's not too bad, but... I was given bow, that's right, so... Bow shall be my weapon of choice. This time I suppose I'll do heavy. Thunder heavy bow. I think my only load up heavy bow is that one, so the rest should be here. Now what would thunder be? Oh, Meowster Hunters might do it too, yeah. It's interesting, I've done some Meowster Hunters for items that I needed that could only be acquired from Meowster Hunters that were needed for armor sets and weapons and such. But I still didn't get any of those gratuities, I don't think, so... I don't know. It's a bit weird. Are you my bow? You're not. Hello. I think it's Archbeast Avatar. Yes, it is. I don't get to use this thing very often at all. God, it's been a while. I think I've only used this thing once on camera. It's about time. This is, of course, the Furious Rajang bow. Which, again, I just don't find the occasion to use. Because I don't do heavy bow all that often. And I don't... You know, that's only one element for heavy bows, so... There you go. What can this baby shoot? Just power level 2. Okay. What about close range and paint? Yeah, no. I'll just stick with power level 2, thanks. Going with Rust Razor G2 this time, it seems. And I can still eat. Or I still need to eat, I should say. Aha. Look what I found. Someone's already eaten a gourmet voucher, thank you very much. Brilliant. Off we go. Juvenator is at Hunt Rank 555. It's a lovely number. $111 away from being this guy. You upgraded your bug, which is good. Oops. Yeah, we'll go this way. That would be in order. So with Heavy Shot, there is a temptation to try and break claws, but I don't think I will. I think I'll just be aiming for the face, honestly. The claws are a very small thing to be aiming for with Heavy Shot, I will say. Don't you shoot that at me, mister. Well. Nothing I said there was going to stop him. I'll just heal myself naturally. I'm not really worried about getting hit. I was just performing stupidly there. I know what's coming. Now, because of the water blight, I wasn't really able to evade properly there, so that was a dangerous situation. That was very dangerous. We won't talk about that. I hadn't factored in the water blight. Shell, please? Okay. We're still needing that. Excuse me. Okay. I know what it's time for. Yes, it definitely is. I'm not a fan of water blight. Strangely, I don't mind ice blight because I can recover it quickly. The recovery speed of water blight is just so fucking awful. It's not okay. Water blight's probably my least favorite blight. Now, I'm not saying I'm necessarily okay with ice blight, but I seem to be able to make do with it better. I'm just going to break that shell. There you go. There you go. Very good. And the timing could not have been better, ladies and gentlemen, because we do have our friend Cyanotaur number 2. No, you don't. And also excuse the background noise. It's just the sound of someone being hit across the back of the head, across the back of the head with a large piece of wood. There you go. If you're going to make jokes, Doomlink, try speaking English properly and enunciating with the skill of one who speaks the language as a first language. That'd be fucking lovely. Probably not the best timing for paralysis for me personally, but whatever. I might take this opportunity to heal with a potion. Quite right, Digital Legion. Get that weak point, there you go. Seeing as though I'm right there, I may as well aim for it. That's gotta fucking hurt. He's not able to do anything. I do somewhat feel sorry for him. Oh, you poor bastard. Poor baby. Good night. And yes, I did begin saying good night before he died. Just a fraction of a second before, because I knew that his death was nigh. That was your KO then. That's good to hear. Two shellless Cianators. May as well get my calves, although I don't really think I need Rust Razor for anything. I don't think I ended up making the Rust Razor longsword at any time, but I don't really have a need for raw longsword, honestly. But I suppose it's a nice option. You never know when you need it. Well, Vernon, Kinsex can deal KO damage. But yes, you would have mostly dealt the KO damage there, without a doubt. Thank you for the follow, Skinny Gibby. A typical... well, the name's not typical, but the fact that it's rather silly is typical of Twitch. Can't say I've seen that name before. No scalps? What the fuck is going on? Should I check the best possible chances for it? I think I shall. I think I shall. Whilst I double cross decks. Item. Scalp. Rust Razor what? Here we go, Heavy Rust Razor Scalp. Guys, what the fuck is going on? It cannot be acquired from G2. Rust Razor Scalp only drops between G3 and EX. And the highest chance is... interestingly, there's less of a chance when you break the shell for the second time. In other words, the enraged shell, the Glavenus shell. The Gravios shell gives 80%, the Glavenus shell gives 55%, but it's obviously ideal to have both broken because that's more of a chance. EX is the same percentage drop rate, but it cannot be acquired in G1 or G2. And there is a quest drop, but only for G5 and EX. It's 50% on line D. So there you go. I received a friend request from Autonomic. Let's remember how to do this. I've got a lot of friend requests that I have not responded to because I feel bad to refuse friend requests. But doesn't mean I'm going to accept them. Oh no! Look who's here. Oh. Yeah, about that. You've received a friend request. Okay. So, G4 is our current objective, which is perfectly fine. Okay, Juvenator. Okay. You can see, Vernon, you can see. No, no! Stop. Okay. So, I don't think I selected a weapon, did I? I don't believe so. Nope. And looks like we've got Charge Blade this time, which is fine. Has anyone eaten for insurance? Juvenator hasn't eaten yet, and it will probably fall upon me to do it again. That's my designation. It is my charge. Fatale's countenance, thank you. And Juvenator did not eat for insurance either. 'Tis my job. I will check for attack and defense to see if it has it. Oops, let me check that. Okay. Nope. Which means we're going to be eating around here for it. Oh yes, well, Specialist is fine. Hey, thank God. I knew I was only going to get one skill there, but I'm glad it was insurance. You can always tell, because if you don't get that sort of health recovery effect when you eat food, it means that you've got reduced chances for food skills, and yeah, I was a bit worried about that, but fortunately, I got the one that I was wanting. This is Elemental Charge Blade? Oh no. Because I've got Artillery Novice on this one. Are you sure this is Elemental Charge Blade? Unless you mean, like, high elemental damage as opposed to elemental file. Let's find it. Don't take a capture. Give me it is element file. Jumping, Jesus. Well, whatever. I'm not getting any use out of Artillery Novice this time, and that's alright. I can live with it. It's a general use Charge Blade set, what can I say? I'm not much of a Charge Blade user. I didn't use Charge Blade in 4 or 4 Ultimate because I felt it to be an unnecessary addition to the series, but then I realized when I used it in this game for the first time, I didn't use it in Generations either, but I used it for the first time properly in this game, and then I realized, wow, it's actually not a bad weapon type, and it should have replaced the Switch Axe. And I was never much of an advocate for Switch Axe, but I'll tell you one thing. Charge Blade shits on it. But not everyone agrees, because I suppose Charge Blade isn't necessarily going to be something that will be used in the same situations that you would use Switch Axe in. But I think Switch Axe is such a garbage weapon type that they're similar enough for this to be the replacement, so not that I would expect it to happen or even necessarily want it to happen, but I think it would be appropriate. No, I'm not a Switch Axe fan. Well, I wasn't able to shield in time, I regret to say. And for that there shell. Hurry up and evade. Oh, I shouldn't be standing so close. I'll go into red shield while I'm here. Oh, stop it. Got to rip a shield for when I am out of files. Yes, this is Rust Razor. We're doing it for Autonomic's Longsword. Sorry if I upswing anyone. Got 2 people there. I try not to upswing with this weapon type. Sometimes can't help myself. And I'll energy blade for this one. I think it'll hit the leg, yeah. Well, the shell was going to break anyway, but I was technically wanting the part breaker effect on the shell, but it broke anyway, so it's okay. It's okay. Juvenator stole the mount from Vernon. Why did it miss that? There's some sort of input problem with this attack. Sometimes it doesn't work when it should. Whoops, didn't reload. You find Sword and Shield difficult? Sword and Shield is really the noob-friendly weapon type, and I don't mean to demean the Sword and Shield by saying that, because I must say Sword and Shield is my second favourite, if not favourite, Blade Master weapon type, because it is so clean. It's such a lovely weapon type. But it's the noob-friendly one because of how manoeuvrable it is, and in spite of how manoeuvrable it is, it actually has shielding capabilities. It's just a very good weapon type, so it might be hard to learn if you're really unfamiliar with it, but in terms of putting you in danger, or being overall difficult to use, no. So I'd suggest that once you get a little used to it... Oh, it's so weird to see pitfall traps on a crab. It's just wrong. Oh, that's terrible. Vernon must be pissed. Were you looking to capture? Say the word and I'll throw the tranks. I don't know if he was limping or not. He probably was, and I just haven't registered it in my mind. Okay. I'm getting that bloody trap, you stupid crab. But yeah, obviously it wasn't until... Well, the crabs were in 4 Ultimate, weren't they? So it wasn't until 4 Ultimate that you were able to pitfall trap a crab. Maybe the crabs weren't in 4 Ultimate. Okay. No, they were. I remember they were. It wasn't until 4th gen that you could actually pitfall trap a crab. They were resistant to them in 2nd. So it still feels wrong to drop a trap. The rare Ethan has appeared. Hello, how are you going? Oh dear. Well, despite your leanings, Just a Souls player, I do respect that you're playing the old games. I would not classify this as one of the old games, but I guess by virtue of comparison it's become that. But I have to tell you that describing 4th gen Sword and Shield as clunky really, that's something I have to grit my teeth and just ignore. Ooh. But anyway. Oh, there you go. Thanks for the resub. I guess that's how that works. I suppose that's what it means. That's what it means when you say you're continuing the gift sub that you received from Potato. I didn't realise that you were still on Potato's gift sub. Didn't even remember that you had been gifted one from him. Enjoy your shitty emote. How dare you? The irony, of course, being that that is the emote that Tron brought into the Twitch channel. I just hate clunky being used to describe Monster Hunter that's not 5th gen, because it's not clunky, it's stylistically rigid. It became all smooth and polished, and it's all about the pretty animations, but no, I don't even want to get on that subject, but anyway. I hate the word clunky, it's a fucking buzzword. Oh, look what I got. The wheel always delivers, I'll tell you what. Leave it to the wheel. Alright. You need 1 Razor 5 ticket, or Rust Razor 5 ticket, Hardclaw, 3 heavy scalps. Still need heavy scalps, what the fuck? Well. been a lot of Rust Razor going on. Yeah. No, Vernon, we'll just keep with whatever you're doing. Sword and Shield, I feel, was not too different in World, but it's interesting to hear that it's different enough for you to be thrown off guard, or thrown off balance. It's interesting, because one of my impressions of Sword and Shield in World is that it hadn't really changed from 4th gen. It was one of the weapon types that felt largely the same. Was Autonomic referring to 3 regular heavy scalps, or 3 heavy Rust Razor scalps? Because I think they're also called heavy when referring to Rust Razor. Yeah, so it's heavy Rust Razor scalps, so... You're allowed to like World, Juvenator. You're not in a minority. Maybe around here you are, but not in the grand scheme of Monster Hunter players. So, again, Autonomic, I'm wondering if, because we still haven't had clarification on this point, is it 3 heavy scalps or 3 heavy Rust Razor scalps? Because those apparently are 2 different things. And 3 heavy scalps can be acquired from regular Cyanotol. Three heavy Rust Razor scalps, thank you. Many thanks. Which means that it's time for more Rust Razor, which I'm fine with. I don't mind fighting him. And it's also good that we're not having to make our way through high-rank deviants. I just hate that. It's my least favourite thing. I can live with a bit of Rust Razor. I don't think I'm going to enjoy trying to break the shell with a Sword and Shield, though. That's probably not going to be fun. I'm hoping I'm not bouncing with wire sharpness. I don't think I am. I think the shell's not too hard in this game. So that should be fine. But yeah, Juvenator, you're allowed to like World. Vernon likes World. He thinks Rise is a steaming pile of horse shit, but he thinks World's pretty good, so there you go. Now, I'm not putting words in Vernon's mouth, but he doesn't like Rise. Maybe, no, yeah, he probably doesn't hate Rise that much, but he's disappointed by it. Let's say he's disappointed by it. Oh, it is, there you go, okay. So I'm not putting words in his mouth, he agrees. I'm stealing the paintballs, sorry. We've got Supplier, and we all started here. Is that just what we get with the one Feint quest? I think it is. I think that's how it works. Now, I don't know about the Supplier aspect of it, but as far as us all starting at camp, I think that's a one Feint quest thing. I believe so. That's how you can tell immediately that it's a one Feint quest, if it wasn't already obvious when you saw that it was a single monster hunt for a deviant at G rank level at like level 3. So... oh, this is G4 in this case. I think it's G3 for the one Feint with Solseer, for instance. It depends on the deviant as far as which level will be the one Feint. And I think it's... could even be G2 for Elderfrost. I can't remember. So don't quote me on anything that I say when it comes to that. Hey, Beta Star. I should be calling you Beta. It's not like I don't know you. Hunts have been going well so far. My problem with Rise is the game is boring. Well, that's a valid complaint. I have more complaints than that, but sure. But that's encouraging, you know, coming from someone who's a 4th gen player and plays Rise and thinks it's boring and returns to this game. I mean, that's encouraging. I like to hear that. You know, some people feel forced to play the newest game because why would they play the old game? The old game's icky and old. Well, guess what? There's more to what makes a good game than when it came out. But I don't know. Maybe that's being overly cynical. Of me. Yeah, fortunately, white sharpness is not enough to be bouncing off the shell, but it might very well be enough to bounce off the Glavenus shell. We'll find out. But there is a temptation to not even attack the Glavenus shell coming up. Okay, now I'm bouncing off that shit. I'm gonna aim for the body now. Autonomic does have his longsword, but we're still working on upgrading it at this time. It seems to be a very time-consuming process. Well, that's a very strange direction for you to be walking in. What's got you all pissed off? He needs a change of scenery. Or something. Well, whatever. I've got some chaos oil ready for you. Don't go into the lava. Well, that must be where he eats. Are you hungry? Yeah, he's fucking hungry. He's got food on the mind. I haven't seen him prioritize eating this desperately. Someone's been depriving this thing of food. Yeah, he's trying to get scalps at the moment. What are you fucking doing? What is this? 2nd gen? I've never seen such a fucking uncooperative monster AI in 4th gen. This is fucking stupid. This is like 1st or 2nd gen stuff. I say 2nd gen because the I get it. You don't want to hunt me. I get the point. Well, I hunt him and he fights me, but this is so 2nd gen. I say 2nd gen because the crabs are from 2nd gen, but fucking hell. Is it time to eat? Is it time to eat yet? Or are you going to keep walking? Did you literally just do a fucking circle around this whole map just to mess with us? I have never seen this before. I have never witnessed in this generation of Monster Hunter the monster AI do this. This is proof that this shit can still happen. It is still possible, statistically speaking, for a monster to do the shit that they used to do in 2nd gen, even in 4th gen. I mean, that's insane. Are you going to leave again, or are you going to hunt? You're going to fight us. They don't hunt us. They're not the... You've got some balls, motherfucker. Where did you go? I can't believe what I'm seeing. That is the first time I've experienced that shit in this generation of Monster Hunter. He's leaving again. His AI is broken. Someone has broken this monster. I can't believe him. Now, this didn't even happen all that often in 2nd gen with the crabs. The crabs were not known to just do that. His AI is broken. Something's gone wrong with him. Yeah, it's a glitch, clearly. This is not normal monster AI behavior. The monster has moved, first and foremost, in a full clockwise revolution, and now is going back the other way in a counterclockwise revolution. Back to Area 6. Should we just wait? Let's not follow him. Let's see what he does. Someone should have paintballed him, I guess, but... Catch him in 5? We've been hitting him. Look, he's going back to 5, I think. Is he digging to go to 5? Yeah, he's digging to go to 5. And then is he going to go to 4 or 3? Or Back up to 6? I've got him Psycho Serumed, I want to paintball him. This is insanity. I've never witnessed this. Like, I've never seen this in any generation of Monster Hunter. Not just 4th, but like, any generation. There's obviously, something's gone wrong with this quest. I don't know if it's a host issue or what it is, but let's hit him. This is how we have to kill him. What we have to do is actually chase him and flinch him. Maybe if we flinch him, it will prevent him from moving. What if we were all stationed in a different area to attack him when he appears? We could do that. Look, he's finally cancelled his... That must have been what it was. He needed to be... There must have been a damage threshold that... No, he's leaving again. He actually engaged us only to leave again. This is what's incredibly strange. Like, we've literally gotten him into fighting us, and then he continues to move anyway. What's triggering this? Are you ready to fight now? I've never seen a monster waste a team's time like this before. And not even Kezu would do this shit in the old days. This is fucking unreasonable. I think it is trap time, yeah. Well... Oh, you mean catches in trap. Well... That was... an experience that is new. It's definitely new. And he seems content to find us now. He was gone for so long that the entirety of my Chaos Oil period was spent. Which is unbelievable, but... yeah. Rust Razor had a strategy and he bloody well implemented it. Waste Doomlink and team's time. Oh, that was not a good idea. Well, was that a second death? I ate for insurance, didn't I? Did I? I didn't forget to eat for insurance, did I? I should have eaten for it. That quest is the worst quest I've ever done in this game. Not only did that monster waste our time, but we failed anyway. I can't believe it. Did we have 2 deaths? What the fuck? I was pretty damn sure I had eaten for insurance. Yeah, that was, that hunt was horrendous. I can't believe it. Beta suggests that this is a glitch with Deviant Monster AI, because she only had this once, and it was with a Bolt Reaver in the Forest and Hills, so... I fought Bolt Reaver a few times there. Never had this weird shit happen. Well, I must have forgotten to eat for insurance somehow. I was pretty sure that I'd eaten for it, but maybe I forgot. Maybe I was talking and didn't eat for it. I don't know. Let's do that again. That's not going to happen again. That's a rare situation. I'm not concerned about that happening a second time if we do the quest again, because... yeah. Whatever that was, that's not typical. Switch axe is something that I would prefer to use for breaking the shell. But still, I am quite disappointed by that hunt. Oppressor's Deluge. Yeah, the water beam attack's kind of frightening. A little bit of trivia for you is that Rustrazor's water beam and how he uses it more aggressively than a standard Seanator comes from the fact that he's basically the spiritual successor to a subspecies of Seanator that only existed in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. He was called Terra Shogun Seanator. He was an orange Seanator with more like blades for arms than claws, and Rustrazor was basically the spiritual successor to that subspecies. And Terra Shogun would use his water beam a whole lot more. I'm not too worried about the water beam because he really does telegraph it. You know it's coming, so I'm ready to evade it. But, yeah, I can appreciate it. I can appreciate that it might be frightening. I'm more frightened by monster AI going nuts. That fucking aberrant Rustrazor just walking around the whole fucking time. What shocked me about it was that he would even engage us and then still move on. You'd think that him engaging us would be enough to reset whatever was stuck in an endless loop. But no, he was like, no, I'm not done. I'm still walking. What a dick. I feel like Capcom's trolling me. All good, Vernon. Well, can't say it feels too good to be back here. I feel like I've had quite a tour of this location after the last hunt. I haven't played Kingdom Hearts, so I can't really comment on that beta, but Ethan would be able to comment. Ethan likes Kingdom Hearts. Ethan, are you there? Maybe you can weigh in on that. Maybe shed some light on that system. How do you think about a revenge value for monsters doing attacks on players like in Kingdom Hearts? Because I don't know anything about that system. There will come a time where I play Kingdom Hearts, the original game, on my channel, but and possibly just to make fun of it, I don't know. We'll find out. But, yeah. Ethan says it wouldn't work because the revenge system's easily abusable. I don't think we successfully... No, we didn't break the Gravios shell there. Almost out of charge. I'll stop at a Eructor, what the fuck? Trying to get in position for this. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I was so focused on hitting his stupid shell that I wasn't paying attention to what he was doing. And he was gearing up for that big swing attack. No. You can fuck off, please. Thank you. Out of my face. Leave me alone. No. Not having a good day with Rust Razor at the moment. Are you going to combo me? Yes, you are, but I got out of the way of it. Sitting here with defense down as well, which certainly doesn't help my situation. Yeah, I don't know why the Digital Legion. Aha. Here's a good opportunity for that. I don't have the charge for Trance Slash. I have to wait for next time. Might actually reload now. And rather than charging up for Demon Riot, I might just do Trance Slash here. This should be about enough to get a full Trance Slash. Beautiful. Lovely damage. This is looking like a little bit of a better hunt than the last one. A little bit. Which is refreshing. I won't do Demon Riot because it doesn't feel necessary. He's not going to last very long. Try to get a better shot on that big penis. Or little penis, depending on what your benchmark is. Right. I see. Oh, looks like you've touched on a point that Ethan very much likes. So basically the revenge system in Kingdom Hearts is described as an invisible value that a boss has in place to prevent it from being infinitely comboed. When the value is full, the enemy usually gains invincibility and counterattacks. So it's sort of like a build-up of resistance. And once it's, you know, been attacked too many times, it develops this resistance. And you can manipulate it, says Ethan, if you're skilled, but those who don't learn the monster probably can't just pound on it till they win. And Ethan suggests that this would fix Modern Monster Hunter, and when he says Modern Monster Hunter, he refers to the state of 5th gen right now. Now, I'm not going to weigh in on that point, because I don't know, I don't really understand the complexities of the system, but sounds interesting. Alright. Do I have barrel bombs? I don't. Haven't had barrel bomb large plus in my inventory for a while. Jeez. Not since that that sleep that we did at the beginning of the live stream, I think. Well, it wasn't really at the beginning. It was when Juvenator was running Nursillabo. Okay. Next weapon type. Light bowgun. Alright. Two more scalps, what a load of shit. These scalps are terrible. I mean, at least I can make the longsword at this point. I'd guarantee I can probably make it right now. I don't think I've made it. Let me check to see if I've made it. I don't think I have. this is my Stone Fist Cutter. It was my decision before this game came out, and it had been announced. I went back to Generations on my 3DS, and I started working on weapons for the longsword weapon type that I would upgrade into G rank once I got this game, and I was using the Monster Hunter Double Cross Dex before it had its English translation updated to the official translation. I decided that Stone Fist would be my water longsword for G rank, and I started leveling it up, and then I realized, wow, deviants can go and fuck themselves because I'm sick of doing this. So, even to this day, I have a level 6 Stone Fist Cutter that I've not leveled up beyond this point because I was sick of doing Stone Fist. Even up to level 6, I was like, hey, guess what? I'm sick of this monster and I'm not making this fucking weapon, so that's what I did. So, what was I doing again? I was checking... God, what was I checking? I was checking to see if I had Rust Razor Longsword, which I don't, clearly. Is the Rust Razor Longsword better than the standard Senator Longsword in this game? I will check, and I will make a decision on that myself. Raw Longsword. I mean, my Raw Longsword option really is Blunt Longsword. In other words, blunt skills in conjunction with the Acantor Longsword, but Rust Razor's fun too, I guess. Oh, come on. What are you doing? No special attack. And fully upgraded. Is it Shogun Decimator? So Shogun Decimator is 330 raw with very good purple with +2. Sharpness up. I see. So, in my specific case, the standard Shogun Senator Longsword is better. Because if you... Okay, what I will say is that if you don't have sharpness +1 or +2, the Rust Razor Longsword is a great choice. Absolutely amazing choice. It's got so much white sharpness. It's got positive 5% affinity, with 330 raw. The standard Shogun Longsword has the same amount of raw, no positive affinity, but, you know, 5% isn't much at all. But with sharpness +2, which my set does have for Longsword, you get a pretty sizable amount of purple sharpness. Now, purple sharpness isn't as good in this game as it was in the past, I do realise. So, is it that much better? I would still say that for my use case, given my armor set, the regular Shogun Senator Longsword would be better for me. So, I could always try to make it, but... Can I upgrade? Can I make it automatically? It wouldn't upgrade from you, would it? I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's see if I can make one from here. Could always upgrade from the Hermitor. Let's have a look. It does. Starts with the Hermitor Longsword. Okay, I'm just going to see if I can make it. If I can't, then that's okay. I don't really care. I'm not going to be using it right now anyway. And quite frankly... I can make it in the future when I feel like it. Shogun Cutter. I don't know what that level 3 is, but I guess I'll find out in the future. Use black pearls, I guess. Sorry for holding up the hunt, but I want to make this, I think. Shogun Splitter. Is it? This is the Rarity 5 one that I was looking at. Now, what about the Rarity 2 one? Senator Sickle. I see. That's 340. Oh. Yeah. It's the Rarity 2 one that I want to make. Because that's 340 damage. With the same sharpness almost, with sharpness +2, as compared to the Rust Razor Longsword. Yep, I'll go with the standard. Again, sorry for holding everything up. Oh, I don't have Wyvern scalps. Lick a dick. Alright, that's fine. So, what I had selected for me was light bowgun. So let's go Thunder light bowgun. Again, sorry for holding everything up. Has anyone eaten for insurance? No. That shall fall to me again. Okay. Uh-oh. Feline temper. That's probably fine. I've never really had an issue with bowgun deviation. I can live with it. I will bring thunder shots, and that will do me. Yeah, 7. Juvenator's not even ready. Now I don't feel so bad for taking so long. What's going on, Juvenator? Yeah, my water longsword is Ketchawacha. Although I don't find myself using it all that often. Just because I guess I don't fight water weak monsters with longsword all that often. I guess the only time I use it is against Agnaktor, probably. Making it sad. For how much longer, Juvenator? Because I've already held up the group for quite a while and you're still going. Alright, sounds good, Beta. But I will say 2 minutes. You get exactly 2 minutes, Juvenator. I don't know if Souls Player is still here. If he is, Beta. Souls Player asked to join first, so he would be the priority. Ooh, that was a pretty fast 2 minutes. Nice work. I think that was about 75 seconds. What have we got here? Not too bad. Just a general use Valor set, I suppose, yeah. Not bad. I think if you had a better talisman, you'd be able to do even better, but with your talisman, yeah, no problem. That's fine. So, for this hunt, what I'm going to do is not actually drink a cool drink, because I do have... What's it called again? It's... Resentment, that's what it's called. I always go to say Ruthlessness, but that's a mixed skill from Monster Hunter 4. It's Ruthlessness. The other one, Resentment. So Resentment will obviously be really good in conjunction with a location that deals damage to me over time automatically. So for anyone who doesn't know what it does, it basically increases your damage when you have red health. Which you will always have... Wait. Okay, good. For a second I thought I had consumed a cool drink out of habit. I heard the sound of someone drinking something and I was thinking, God, I hope it wasn't me. Because drinking a cool drink is not something that I do consciously, you see. So I was hoping that I hadn't subconsciously drunk one already. No, it's not adrenaline. But, yeah, the only adrenaline skill that's not adrenaline and that isn't heroics is the... It was called Emboldened, I don't know what it's called in Modern Monster Hunter. I think it still exists. It's the skill that Crimson Fatalis had in the in 2nd gen. I believe the Crimson Fatalis skill was auto reload in 1st gen. Auto reload being the skill that allows you to load your gun once and not need to reload for that shot type ever again until you run out of the shot type. That, I believe, was the 1st gen skill, which moved on into different armor sets such as Copper Blangonga in Freedom Unite. So Emboldened is Guts and Adrenaline plus 2 in one skill. And that was the innate skill of Crimson Fatalis. So I don't know if it was repurposed in 4 Ultimate. I've really got no idea. It might have also existed there, but in the case of this skill, it's just increased damage when you have any amount of red health, doesn't matter how much, you will get an increase in damage. So in this case I'm dealing 381, when traditionally I have 346. Oh, it's called Fury here, okay. So it does still exist, that's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen anyone use it, but maybe it's actually on the Crimson Fatalis armor set, it's possible. I only recall the GX Crimson Fatalis set from 4 Ultimate, which had Enlightened Blade, which of course was Element and Status Attack up and Awaken in one skill. So it's possible that the standard Crimson set from 4 Ultimate had the Emboldened skill that is now apparently called Fury. You dick! Well, whatever. It gave me one big hug and I fucking died, so whatever. Now, if I'm dead, well, actually that was a really stupid thing that I just said, that I was about to say, so what I was going to say is, if I'm dead, does insurance still work? And then I realized, me dying means insurance has already been used, effectively, so no, Doomlink. The answer to that question is no. But anyway. No, I didn't play Sekiro, Souls player. And that's a long story. A story that I don't need to get into right now. I don't have anything against the game, but I can tell you that I have no desire to play it, and that I know nothing about it. So, there you go. Edgelore. Yeah, so Edgelore is Enlightened Blade. Yeah, Edgelore is Enlightened Blade. So Edgelore is the skill point name of Enlightened Blade, that's right. Which doesn't exist in this game. Unless Edgelore was repurposed in this game to be a different skill. Because maybe GX Crimson exists here. I know GX White exists here. Edgelore is... No, that might have been what it was in 4 Ultimate. So what was the skill point of Enlightened Blade? Because it sounded like Edgelore. I don't know, I'm getting confused now. But anyway. Obviously there has been a different skill that's been given to GX Crimson in this game, because there is of course no awakened system for Enlightened Blade to exist. But of course in the case of Honed Blade the skill, which was actually quite a big part of Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate and its endgame, all the really good armor sets in 4 Ultimate had a bunch of skills plus Honed Blade, which was crazy. I mean, the fact that that was possible was just insanity, honestly. But Honed Blade started off in Freedom Unite as a White Fatalis only armor skill called Stellar Hunter. And it disappeared after Freedom Unite, disappeared for 2 games. It wasn't in Tri or Portable Third. but it reappeared in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate as an Abyssal Laggy skill called Honed Blade. It didn't have the name Honed Blade until that game. And then after that, it returned to White Fatalis in Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate as Honed Blade. But it was also possible to get it from the Rajang armor set, I believe the Gold Rajang armor set. Well, Furious Rajang as he was renamed in 4th gen. But, yeah. Enlightened Blade. See, I mean, kind of similar. Starts with E. And similar enough to confuse me anyway. You're probably sitting there going, not so similar. No, it's similar enough for me. And my vague memories, but anyway. Yeah, Enlightened Blade, there you go. One more scalp. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Heavy bowgun for our next choice. And I could go... No, I'm not going to go. Elemental heavy bowgun, you gotta be joking. I'll just go Pierce. I'll keep it simple. And here is the tried and true Crimson Fatalis heavy bowgun. This thing's got a fucking history in this series, ladies and gentlemen. This thing... Excuse me. Is... one of the best heavy bowguns in the series, beginning in 1st generation. And it obviously disappeared in 3rd gen entirely, but then it returned in 4th. Just a really good gun, for Pierce particularly. And it was strange to see that I was basically the only person using it for Pierce in 4 Ultimate. Everyone was using the Gravios heavy bowgun for crouch fire Pierce, and they were dealing like 550 inflated raw while I was sitting at 700 plus, and they're all like, "Where's your Gravios Geiger cannon?" And I'm like, you want to compare our attack values, you fucking dork? Now, I'm clearly bitter actually, I'm clearly bitter. And the reason why is because I was kicked out of rooms despite the fact that I had better sets than half of these fucking people with my Destiny's shoulder, which was called Destiny's arm in that game. And, you know, just because I didn't have the standard set that everyone else had, which was Crouch Fire, Gravios Cannon, and it was just like, come on. Have you actually compared our attack values? Yes, I'm not doing Crouch Fire, but I do have recoil down with my set, which means that I'm still shooting very quickly. So my DPS is high, my damage is much higher than yours, and you're still kicking me out of the room? Arseholes. The community in 4 Ultimate really was a shit show, but anyway. I found in 4 Ultimate that it was a whole lot more focused on the way skills looked, rather than what they actually functionally did. Let's have more skills that don't do all that much, rather than less skills that are more functional, in other words. Quantity over quality, because it looks cooler. And that was the 4 Ultimate community. Bunch of fucking dickheads, really. I didn't appreciate it. Whatever database app you're looking at is not to be trusted. PingsDex is an absolute, like, that's the Bible of... PingsDex has very, very tiny errors, like minuscule errors here and there. Whereas the vast majority of other databases, including Kiraniko, do have sizable errors. And I have that on good authority from a person who's been collecting data information from Monster Hunter games since the mid-2000s and is sitting on information that does not exist on the internet regarding the first-gen games. So I would be trusting PingsDex before that database that you're looking at. PING''S Dex. There is a pings Dex for 3 ultimate, 4 ultimate, and double cross. And that's my Mos Duna Bible right there. Well, why would there be... Well, what are you saying is being said? That it's 1 to 2? Are you saying that's also being said on Kiraniko? The wiki is almost never to be trusted, like the fandom wiki. And the only time the fandom wiki was any good, really, was for Tri. And Portable Third in the early days. Don't do that. That was scary. Sort of trying to pierce into the shell from the front of the body, but maybe I'm not getting much piercing damage through. So we're getting Digital Legion saying that it can't be acquired from G1 and G2, and Beta saying that you can get it from G1 and G2 based on Kiraniko. So we'll have to work out that discrepancy first. I'm not really too worried myself. All I can say is that we're only 1 scalp away, so it's not a big deal. May as well get Supernova on the go after this. Hopefully, I'll try to aim it so that it doesn't mess with anyone. Is there 1 single hit from Supernova? Or does it hit in multiple places, and depending on your positioning you can get more or less hits? Oh no! Jeez, maybe I should have held down. I'll try to Supernova you. Can I? Oh, this might take too long. I'll try. Yeah! Well, now Souls Play is saying something different entirely. He's saying it's only in G5 to EX, which is not true. It's G3 to EX. And the chances are the same. In terms of what you guys might be getting confused by is break reward versus quest reward. Quest reward is only G5 and EX. Break reward is G3 to EX. It cannot be acquired from G1 or G2. And I think Souls Player was looking at quest reward, if he's saying that it's only G5 and EX. So... That's what you said originally? What do you mean? Well, that is true. It's just when you said Kiraniko says it's only in G5 to EX. And that suggests that it can only be acquired there. But then you said there is a chance of it dropping from G3. That's very confusing. The point is that you have different drop rates. So in terms of drop rates, it's very low chance from quest rewards across the board. So for quest reward, well, not very low, but it's lowest from quest rewards. So for quest rewards, you've only got G5 and EX, which is a 50% drop rate. Your lowest drop rate is 55% from breaking the Glavenus shell, and the highest is 80% from the Gravio shell, but that is only from G3 to EX. And G1 and G2 doesn't factor in at all, because it can't be dropped there either from the quest or from the monster in question. Well, thank you, Juvenator. Oh, Vernon's also trying to get scalps, my god. Have to go and consult the director of Inglorious Bastards. He knows all about scalping. Apparently. You know, my grandfather was very offended by that movie. To suggest the Allies would go around scalping the Nazis, it's an insult, is what he said. Well, probably is an insult. I'd say it'd be more insulting to people of his era, and his generation, than it would be to us. But it was a shit movie anyway. The only good thing about that movie was Hitler going 9999. That was basically the only value that movie had, to my understanding. You want to know my thoughts on Souls games getting a difficulty setting? Is that even on the table as a possibility? Do I think there should be a difficulty setting? No. Because what happens there, especially with the Souls game, is that let's imagine that standard Souls difficulty would be normal difficulty. Then everyone would be saying, oh, you have to do hard difficulty, otherwise you're not playing real Souls, and that might be even harder than standard Souls. The point being that it's just dumb, I don't like it, I've never liked difficulty settings. I think there should be one difficulty setting, especially for Souls. I mean, there's almost no argument for a difficulty setting for Souls for the reason that you either deal with it or you fuck off and play something else. That's always what it's been with Souls. You deal with it or you fuck off, because Souls is not that difficult. This is the thing. What's difficult about Souls is the fact that you have to actually take time and learn. And not everyone wants to do that when they play a video game. The reason why Demon's Souls and the first Dark Souls was so crushingly difficult for the time was because it was unique. Not many people had come across a game of that kind. And so, yes, they had to undergo trial and error to learn how to play properly. And maybe some people don't like that. But guess what? The people who don't like that can go and play something else. That's not a problem. Now, it starts to become a problem, I suppose, when you have a launch title for a console like the PlayStation 5 in the form of Demon's Souls. Maybe at that point there would be a question of whether or not to have a difficulty setting. But to my understanding, there is no such difficulty setting in Demon's Souls Remake. So why any person would even for a moment entertain the possibility of a difficulty setting being added to a Souls game is beyond my reckoning. I think any person who thinks that's a good idea is probably in desperate need of sterilization, because they probably shouldn't be giving birth to children. But anyway, that's my opinion. Yumi is obviously going to be removed. Souls player, if you want to join, you have an open spot. And I'm sorry, Beta, it's just that Souls player joined about an hour and a half before you and did ask, in the first instance of them joining, that they would like to come and hunt, so yeah. You don't really need to know the ID and password. There aren't too many rooms open at the moment. Just find the room called G rank. There is no password. And if you still can't find it for whatever reason, I do have a Hunter's Hub ID on the screen. But I'd recommend just trying to search for rooms first to see if you can find it. I think you'll be able to find it. Oh, you're an elitist apparently because you don't think there should be a difficulty setting. Well, guess what? It costs nothing to call someone an elitist. It costs nothing to say that someone's entitled. It costs nothing to say you're gatekeeping. It costs nothing. But you know what it does? It outlines you, or underlines you, as a complete fucking idiot, is what it does. You have not a single leg to stand on to suggest that Souls games should have a difficulty setting. Unless you personally can't handle the difficulty. You know, there's nothing about Souls that's difficult in a cheesy or unfair way. It is a very fair game series. Probably the most unfair would be Dark Souls 2. And that game has a lot of problems, but Souls difficulty is very fair. Now, if you don't think trial and error is fair, then that is perfectly fine. You are entitled to that opinion. But you do suffer from the notable disadvantage of being completely wrong. So, and that's okay too. Are you able to... Is this you, Souls player? Are you Jonathan, or are you someone else? Yeah, Vernon's asking what your character name is. I'm a little bit distracted by wine and discussing the stupidity of people who want a difficulty setting in a Souls game. I'm not going to kick Jonathan just in case, but I'm guessing that he's probably trying to put in the hub ID. But I do think it would be easy to find the room. Unless it's not updating in the search properly because it keeps on reaching to 4 players. You're Jonathan? Cool. Glad I didn't kick you. That works out. Okay, so I haven't selected my next weapon, so I will do that. I sort of understand why there would be an incentive to add a difficulty option. Heavy bowgun again. Okay. Don't bring that up. I used to... See this thing here? The thing that's on the screen now? This is very old. I've kept this for a while, and I think it's even going to show my old Twitch link, unless I remove that. No, I think I removed that, didn't I? Yeah, I kept this up. No, I don't need that anymore. I don't really need to direct people to YouTube. Why would they go to YouTube? To watch lower quality fucking VOD uploads? Seriously. Breaks my heart to say that, but it's just what it is now. I started off on YouTube. I consider myself to be, I don't know, a YouTuber more than I consider myself to be a streamer. But it's not really true anymore. But anyway, that's a different subject for another day. Unfortunately, I ate for Exchanger, guys, so I'm just going to let you all know that... Oh, look who has insurance. Jonathan has saved the day. I didn't eat for insurance because I'm greedy. I instead ate for Exchanger. But we've been saved. I was going to say that everyone needs to make sure they don't die. Which is pretty rich coming from the person who failed the last quest. Well, not literally the last one, but the last time we failed a quest, it was because of what I had done. So... How does all that fame feel? Well, what I can tell you, Autonomic, is that I still haven't reaped the benefits of those lovely bots who come in here saying, "Want to be famous?" Hasn't happened yet, and I'm still very disappointed. I mean, is Generations Ultimate not the most popular game in the world? How am I not famous yet? It's just unreasonable. This is the thing, Souls has a history to it. And... But aside from that, I mean, even... Let's say, for instance, that it were unfair. Like, the series was unfair. The Souls series was purely designed to make you fail in the most annoying of ways, and it doesn't matter how good you get, the game's going to kill you in really, really dumb ways that are in no way related to skill. And there was a history of that being the case. That would still not really be a reason for a person to come around saying, "This needs a difficulty setting because I don't want to play it." If there's a large history of people who've played this game and enjoy it, who are you to say that it deserves a difficulty setting? Maybe you should go and fuck off and play something else. But it's not even that. It is a very fair game series that rewards trial and error, it rewards learning how to play, it rewards familiarizing oneself with the enemies you're fighting and the locations you're going through. And it is absolutely skill-based. Now, if a person does not want to take the time to learn how to play properly, then that's their problem. That's their problem. It is not the problem of the series, and it is certainly not on them to expect that a difficulty system or, you know, like a difficulty level system would be implemented for their benefit. You don't have to enjoy the Souls series. You can either enjoy it for what it is, or you can go and play something else. Now, I think you're missing out if you haven't played the Souls series, personally. But there are a lot of game series out there. There's a lot of other stuff to enjoy. So, it is what it is. Yeah, I'm barely able to handle it myself, Beta. I'm quaking in my boots with the responsibility. Have to get gunpowder infusion on the go. Did we break the Gravios shell? Or did he change to the Glavenus shell before he could have it broken? I didn't see, to be honest. I was too busy talking about people being ignorant as usual. Seems to be the common theme of my recordings. Basically famous for being the most viewed streamer of Generations Ultimate, which is a game that has, well, I won't say fallen out of favour. People don't dislike it, but not much of a viewer base anymore. But that's fine. The people who are sticking around are probably the good ones, you know. That's what I'm gonna say. Although the player base and the Twitch viewer base are two very different things, so I won't make assumptions. But everyone watching right now, you're a great person. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. But welcome, Greatland. I am in the business of welcoming new viewers, because I encourage audience participation. Always will. Always enjoy Beta's sarcastic input. Now here's hoping that's the last scalp. Did we end up breaking a Gravios shell, or did we fail in doing that? I think I only saw a broken Glavenus shell that time. And it could be my fault. Maybe I wasn't attacking the Gravios shell frequently enough. Failed gravy. Okay. Which is unfortunate because that is our highest chance. That's the 80%. But with Autonomic's godly luck, he will receive a scalp this hunt. He will receive a scalp. I mean, he got 2 Ruby Dragon Mind Stones from his first fucking Valstrax in the game. Unless that would suggest that he's used up all his luck. Which is possible too. I got a scalp. I might have stolen his scalp. It's good to hear, Skinny. Skinny Gibby says, I started playing Generations Ultimate because I was deeply disappointed in the Rise experience. That's brilliant. And I'm happy to hear that. Welcome to the club. This is the exclusive club of people who realise that 5th generation Monster Hunter was probably a mistake, and is probably an insult to people who were previously catered for by Capcom. Well, Vernon got his. Oh, unless... Oh, I see. I forgot about that. So Autonomic got all of the scalps he needed. It was Vernon who needed one more scalp, and we got that. He needs the G5 ticket, Beta, but he can't access G5 yet because he is Hunt rank 12, so it is now time for us to work on key quests. And I don't think we've done any of the HR12 key quests yet. I don't think. Because his urgent into HR12 was Valstrax, and I think after Valstrax we focused on Rust Razor. I believe. Let's choose our next weapon type. No! Okay. I was hoping for Gun Lance, but I got... Well, actually I don't like Switch Axe or Gun Lance. It's sort of like choosing between having someone piss in your mouth or shit in your mouth, but I'd take the piss, personally, over the excrement. But that's alright. So, if we're going to be doing key quests, then I guess I'll have to wait for whatever that monster's going to be before selecting my Switch Axe. The HR12 keys hopefully are pretty short. We've done a lot of key quests lately. But I guess that's the purpose of this series anyway. Vernon, you break my heart. You gotta tell me what we're hunting. I'm ready to change weapons for it. Alright, we are doing Diablos. Maybe it was mentioned. Okay. Beta did mention that Diablos, Tyrex, and Rajang were part of it, but I didn't know what we were doing first. Alright, so Ice, which is going to be Kushala Daora. Kushara Daora. Switch Axe. Which people now call Kush, for reasons that I don't quite understand, but anyway. Vernon insists that since the Freedom 2 days he's called that monster Kush, and I insist that I've never seen anyone use that shortening until World came out. So, I don't know, everyone just called him either Kushala or Daora, or Kushala Daora. Apparently Kushala is too long for some people to say. I don't know. I do like the big hook of this Switch Axe. Look at that. I do like the look of this Switch Axe generally, and I also do enjoy the fact that I'm able to use it right now, because I don't really find myself using Switch Axe all that often. And as well as that, it's a weapon that I haven't physically used recently, so it's good. I guess I'm ready to go, am I? I believe so. Well, let's not talk about the rats. Green rat, red rat. I mean, we need to keep everyone... Let's get everyone up to speed on this. So basically, those of you who aren't familiar with me, or this live stream series that I do, whether it be Hunting with Purpose or Doomlink's Live Hunts, there's a bit of a running gag, and it is the fact that... Or it's predicated on the fact that Vernon in the past, I hope it's in the past and it's not still going on, used to refer to Raytheon and Rathalos as rats. R-A-T-S. He would refer to them, along with his friends, as green rat, red rat, blue rat, pink rat, gold rat, and silver rat. Now, I'd like to think that speaks for itself, and I don't need to say anything more than that. But anyway. We do, at times, affectionately refer to the Raytheon monsters and the Rathalos monsters as rats. But, yeah, I don't know. What elder would give you a hug without the risk of hurting you? There's one that's... maybe Yamatsukami, because he'd be very soft. I wouldn't want a hug from Yamatsukami, let me make that very clear. But I think he'd be fairly soft, and maybe he doesn't seem slippery to me, or slimy, or anything like that. I think he'd just be... he looks like a plush toy. I think... again, let me make it very clear, I do not want a hug from Yamatsukami, but I think that he wouldn't hurt you in doing so. But he's very large, maybe he would hurt you just because he's very large, but... well, Yama is definitely grassy and mossy, but... I'd say he'd be fairly soft-ish. Probably not as harmful as maybe hugging Nakakos. Got by the skin of my teeth there. I still do. I don't know, you've made an effort to stop, Vernon, and I appreciate it, but... anyway. I would actually like it if you just stayed in one place for a little while. Not, and when I say stay in one place, I don't mean teleport. I mean the opposite. Getting a little bit of weird teleportation with Diablos here. It might be his new technique. He might have learnt instant transmission after venturing into the hyperbolic time chamber. I really don't know, but I haven't really been dealing with that up until this point, so he's hoping it doesn't stick around. May as well aim for the face. My philosophy has always been that if you don't break both horns on a Diablos, then it's a wasted Diablos hunt. So I'm going to work towards that end now. Starting to run out of charge, moving over to axe mode now, upswinging. Sorry, Jonathan. You know, that's the fucking first time I think I've ever knowingly upswung a person who was charging a greatsword. And you know what? You're that guy, and I'm sorry. But it's not normal behavior. And I have reflected on my poor teamwork, and it won't happen again. I mean, I knew there was a risk of upswinging someone, and I saw that you were there with a greatsword, about to get off a level 3 charge, and I still did it, and it sent you flying, so... that was very bad behavior. But, in my defense, I do not use this weapon type often. So, that means I do not often upswing people with switch axes. Oh dear. May as well do some carving and shiny pick-upping. Oh, I don't know. I don't know anymore. One thing I can say is that I probably don't need any of this stuff, but I'm a hoarder. What can I do? Is anyone else live on Hunsterverse? Or am I still that one guy? I'd like to still be that one guy. Yeah, I'm still that one guy live on Hunsterverse. We'll see if I can get affiliated on Hunsterverse. They want to get, Eclipse wants to bring in a Hunsterverse affiliation system, where you need to, you know, get a certain number of average viewers and stream for a certain number of hours in a month. You fucking asshole. Well, there's not much point tranking him now. Is that your protest, Vernon? Throwing tranks? That's a funny protest. That's funny. I mean, I can drop a trap, I don't mind. You didn't have to waste all your tranks, my god. Wow. I haven't seen that kind of protest before. I'm gonna waste all my tranks because I'm... That is the... I mean, guys! What's going on? You guys are funny. Anyway. The whole team was upset about that. No capture. They needed their revenge on the Diablos after that display. Oh. Have you ever needed 8 tranks in one hunt? Well, Vernon does. For when he gets upset. Oh, I trust you, Autonomic. I thought you might have hit her, or him. Don't know if it's male or female. Apparently the black one's always female, but maybe the regular one can be male and female, I don't know anymore. I was thrown off after the tri-quest entitled The Twin Princesses, which led me thinking, oh, okay, so Diablos is female. Okay, so maybe that means Monoblos is the male and Diablos is the female. Next thing you know, that's not actually what's going on. To which I would ask, what the fuck's going on with the genders of the monsters? It's not necessarily important, but I'd like to know. Kind of. I say kind of because I don't really care. I've got one foot on the side of the line which says I don't give a shit, and another foot on the side that says I kind of want to know. So I'm it's a bit of a conundrum at the moment. Where are my shock traps? Do I not have any? What the fuck? Have I finally run out of shock traps? Looks like I finally have actually run out of shock traps. That's shocking, get it? I do moonlight as a comedian, for those who don't know. I mean, you probably assumed because I am disturbingly hilarious, but... what am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing half the time. I'm buying trap tools to the box, thank you, with the lots of money that I have. Do I need this many trap tools? Fuck no. But I bought them anyway. So, Thunderbugs. I don't have many of them, but I can trade for them. I'm not going to slick axe them, that would be stupid, that would be absolutely negligent of me to waste so many of my slick axes for no real reason, because I think I can just trade for them, so we will do that. But my current trading is probably still in progress. I don't believe I've done 10 quests since I was trading before. Probably closer to 7. What are we... oh, yeah, that was a good fucking guess, Doomlink. Hey. What's going on with you? You're not all that stupid after all now, are you? Not half bad. Young stallion? What the fuck am I talking about? Anyway, let's choose a weapon type. Charge blade. Against Deviljho. That's interesting. Don't think I've done that recently. Which is the whole reason why I spin the wheel. It's so that I can use weird weapons against, well, use weapons against monsters that I don't usually use, so. Yeah, Charge Blade plus Deviljho. No, it's not something that I do. Seal Dragon Veil, thank you. Thank you very much. You got 6 majestic horns from that fucking hunt? Maybe there were 2 other Diabloses hanging around and their horns were stuck inside that Diablos. Maybe there was a fight. I don't know. Don't know how you managed to get 6. It's very odd. Looking for Exchanger for anyone who wonders why I spend so much time here. It's because I'm looking for Exchanger. Every time. That's Explorer. Almost Exchanger. Getting there, but not quite. I'll actually go for a Defensor. And maybe Dragon Res, seeing as though I've got the Chef fired up for Dragon Res. And Attacker. Let's go Carver High. I can get, what, 3 carves on the tail? If I'm lucky. I'd say breaking the parts on a Brachydios is fairly easy without specifically aiming for them. Digital Legion. But don't underestimate the effectiveness of just asking people to aim for something in particular. Even in this community, and I will be the first to tell you that this community is not exactly the best. But even in this community, if you just say, please aim for one thing or something else, they'll probably do it. Just be nice about it. Now, you will get the odd Chinese person who doesn't read a lick of English, but, you know, those people, well, there's not much you can do about them. So, yeah. But really, I think I don't think you'll have such an unsuccessful venture if you give that a try. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes or so. I'm back. Is it too dark? Looks a bit dark, doesn't it? Okay, I'll go and fix that. It'll only take a moment. There you go. That makes just a little bit of difference now, doesn't it? Now, I apologise for leeching on the quest. It was not intentional. But it's better that I don't leave you guys hanging in the room, and instead let you hunt, while I'm off tending to the natural business of human beings. Oh. Well, I have shout-outs to break specific parts. Let's have a look. How do I even access them? Here we go. So I think, what have we got? I've got some interesting ones. I've got, you're not very smart, are you? Are you ignoring me, mate? You are tremendously dumb. Nice detonation. You could win an award for being the dumbest Gen U hunter, my friend. People who place bombs during traps, trips, and para are complete idiots. I've got a... And the funny thing is, these are pretty absolute fucking bullshit. Fucking hell. I'm trying to look for... Aim for the head, please. Aim for the tail, please. Aim for the wings, please. Don't forget the tail. Don't forget the shiny. Could you maybe stop missing your fucking flash bombs, my friend? And the funny thing is that these are actually pretty passive compared to my 4 ultimate shouts. Oh, you should see my 4 ultimate shouts. They're pretty fucking angry. Yeah, I did say please. Well, of course you say please. You can't expect to have anyone do anything unless you say please. That's like the basic. These others are rude as hell. Yeah. It's because that's the community that I had to engage with, unfortunately. Oh, I see. Yeah, I suppose you could have get to the tail be both aim for the tail and don't forget the tail. That makes sense, but I opt for clear communication. There goes the tail. Will I get 3 carves from that? Yes, it is possible. Oh, I almost upswung Jonathan a second time. Very good knockdown, by the way. I'll just do this, change here, rip a shield, get my files back, get Energy Blade charged, and then use that. That is how I will expend my files, but I will wait for the right time to do it. Ah, that stupid trim. Very good. Sorry, Devil Joe, but not sorry. I'm enjoying watching you suffer. I enjoy you as a monster, but you're very satisfying to harm. At least someone had insurance. That's what I'll say there. Because effectively we've only had 1 death as a result. I'm not getting many good opportunities to attack here. There's a lot of evasion going on. Is he limping out? Yes, he is. That's fine. Time for that triple carve on the tail. Come on, baby. Duh. Okay. You can get 3 carves with Carver High, it very rarely happens with me. Oh, Vernon wants to capture. Now don't go protesting again, although it did work out in your favour last time, so maybe do that. Goodbye. You will live to fight another day, Devil Joe. Oh. Well, I guess we have a new placebo effect, which is throw all tranks in hunt and you'll get better results at the end of the quest. Great. Sounds like a good one to me. Yeah, Angry Pickle is sleeping. Even pickles need to sleep eventually, don't they? Eventually. Don't know what that low frequency hum is. Some truck. Some kind of truck. We're almost halfway through Hunt Rank 800. We're slowly but surely getting there. And hitting 900 will be interesting. And then obviously 999 will be even more interesting. Because then all of a sudden I'll have to behave like some sort of Hunter Rank 999 player, and then, I mean, I guess I would need to be really intolerant or something. Yeah. And some would describe me as that already, but I don't consider myself to be intolerant. You know, while I do have all of these really insulting shouts, I never used them very often. I had them there because I knew that the community was dumb, and I knew that I, at the very least, needed the option to have them there. Now, very occasionally I would use those, but, you know, it wasn't like every hunt. But it was almost every hunt in 4 Ultimate because those people were actually imbeciles, but yeah, this community is a bit... this community was a little bit better, but they were worse in a different way. They weren't as dumb as the 4 Ultimate players, but they were a lot more impatient. They were a lot more impatient in this community, but that was the past. It's probably still kind of the case, but the community has changed drastically because Rise released, and so most of those people have moved on, but anyway. I wouldn't really be opposed to Event White Fatalis, Souls player. I did... How many recordings ago was it? I think 2 recordings ago I did GX White Fatalis. And it was a fairly successful hunt, even though one of our 4 players disconnected. We did a sub 15 run, and it was pretty good. Oh, what's my opinion on siege monsters? And which one's my favourite? Well, to start with, I don't play Rise for a reason. And I might leave it at that. I might leave it at that, because I don't want to get started on this topic of discussion. You're welcome to ask questions, but yeah, I'm not going to answer that one. I don't like that system. I don't have a preference for monsters, and I don't like Monster Hunter Rise. So, yeah. Here we go again, Potato. No, yeah, I adore Rise. Favorite Monster Hunter game. They've done nothing wrong. Capcom could shit in my mouth and I'd eat it for breakfast, lunch and dinner, you know. Really? Great game. Love it. So, next weapon. Gunlance. So, Thunder Gunlance, I guess. We'll go Guardlance. In fact, I will use this Gunlance. I was considering doing Thunder, but no, I think I will use, just for a change, this Gunlance. Yeah, feel free to discuss it. I don't mind discussion regarding it. But I don't really have anything to say about it. Except that it was a mistake. If that's enough for you. No. I shouldn't have said anything, because now I want to qualify that, or quantify that. Its existence is not a mistake. Making people engage in it to progress through the game was a mistake. Because I don't like the system at all, but it's allowed to exist for those who like it. But I don't want to be forced to engage with it. How about that? I wasn't going to say anything, but I will. That's what I'll say about it. These things are welcome to exist, provided it doesn't encroach upon my experience. But it bloody well encroached upon it. I had to do like 2 in version 1.1 of the game, and that was enough. That was too much, actually. So, I think it was only 2, maybe it was 3. I think I've locked it out. Oh. Oh. You mean like the old monsters where you would use siege weapons? Okay, well that's a completely different topic of discussion, which I would be happy to talk about. So, My favourite would probably be Jen Moran. Jen Moran, just for me, was the most fun. I enjoy Dara and Moran, but I don't have the same sort of attachment to Dara as I have to Jen. Because I do romanticize my experience with Monster Hunter Tri. And Jen was a big part of that. So, particularly because the Jen experience was very unique in Tri. It wasn't just Jen, it was the event of it. It was actually an event quest. You had rotating events in Monster Hunter Tri, as you had in Monster Hunter 1, Monster Hunter DOS, Monster Hunter G, I think. Well, more like I think regarding DOS. I can't speak for DOS, but I believe it was that way for DOS. Basically, all the PS2 games is what I should say. All PS2 games plus Tri had rotating event quests, which would basically appear and then disappear, and eventually reappear in the future, and it would be on something of a rotation. Now, when Jen would arrive in Lochlak, which was a desert city, essentially, a sandstorm would accompany his arrival. And it was called the Festival of Fear, and it was such an event, you know, it wasn't just an event quest, it was an actual event that took place. And strangely, you did feel as if you were part of a city's culture, because it's like you were participating in an event, because the story was told to you that all the hunters of the city would go out on their boats and hunt the Jen Moran that had appeared along with the sandstorm. And you felt like you were a part of that. That's not something that any person who had to play Portable 3rd or Free Ultimate to hunt Jen Moran would have experienced. But I experienced that in Tri, so I do have more of an attachment to Jen than I do to, for instance, Dara Moran, who didn't have this sort of thing attached to his presence. Jen only appeared in the online of Tri, and he can no longer be accessed in that game. So, yeah, it was a really great time. There were at least 2 quests that I can remember. There might have been 3. There was at least 1 no join requirement low rank repel quest, and at least 1 high rank repel or slay quest. There might have been a low rank kill quest, but I don't think there was. I think there were 2 event Jen Moran hunts. And the one where you can actually slay him was the high rank one. So, well, there you go. If Tri was your first game, then you definitely know what I'm talking about. It was a special thing. Tri wasn't my first Monster Hunter game, but it was the first Monster Hunter game where I considered myself to be adept in the way that I played. I was engaging in the metagame, I was min-maxed, I was doing the whole thing. I was running adrenaline with might pills, speed trapping, the whole thing. Soloing Elder Dragons, and the whole thing. So the idea is that that was when I was taking the game very seriously. In fact, the way in which I played Tri led me to become burnt out a little bit. And I've never played Monster Hunter in that way since. I consider myself to be a casual player now, and I was anything but a casual at that time. But Tri was a really good time. I loved that game, and definitely for that reason, Jen would be my preference. But I've never been that attached to siege weaponry anyway, because for Jen Moran, for example, when you got to the final showdown, you didn't want to be sitting by the siege weaponry, you wanted to be attacking the monster. Attacking the monster was always better than using siege weaponry, unless you had to bind to stop him from doing something, or dragonate him when he got close to the boat because it's just free damage anyway. Outside of that, or gong when necessary, obviously, if you consider the gong to be part of siege weaponry. Outside of that, I just didn't really see a reason for it. And also, I would, shoot the cannon, for example, if I wasn't able to physically hit him anyway. And if I really needed to break the tusks for one reason or another, maybe I'd shoot the ballista on these tusks. But as far as, for example, dealing damage to him with the ballista in the final showdown, no. That wasn't something that I was doing. And I would always recommend against that when I hunted with people online in Triumph. It's true, Beta, but I will say that I do still get a lot of enjoyment out of Monster Hunter as a casual player. Absolutely. I think you will always enjoy Monster Hunter as long as you play it in the way that is most comfortable for you. If I were to force myself now to play it seriously as I did in the past, and do speed runs and only, you know, always seek out the meta, I wouldn't enjoy myself at all. Some people can't get away from that. Some people are so focused on the metagame that in my opinion, they miss out on the true spirit of Monster Hunter. But some don't like that opinion because who am I to say what the true spirit of Monster Hunter is? You know, that can be different things for different people, but to me it's not about the best possible loadout. It's about finding new and interesting ways to hunt monsters in a way that's at least effective. It doesn't have to be the most effective, but provided you can kill the monster without too much difficulty, you're doing the right thing. You know, it's not about killing the monster as fast as humanly possible. That's not how it is for me. It was in the past, but I feel like I grew out of that. And I don't want to say grow out of it as if to suggest that any person who still does that is somehow immature or is in a phase that they need to get through. My point is that I think it can only last for so long. That's what I think. I think eventually it just... You realise that there is joy outside of that world. And it only took about 2,500 hours for me to realise that. For some people, it'll take 6,000, 10,000 hours for them to realise that, but yeah, for me, it didn't take that long. And we've got Hunting Horn. Nothing wrong with that. Oh yeah, I know you weren't knocking casual play. Ice Hunting Horn, which happens to be one of the ugliest fucking hunting horns in the series. At least as far as what I've selected for myself. With this character, the Grand Dodotto Horn. Ugh. I mean, seriously. It's a giant fucking lollipop. That's what it looks like. Look at it! Anyway. It's not a pleasant hunting horn, but it's functionally quite good. Reasonable stats, great songs, well, particularly the Attack Up Large. And, yeah. That's my ice hunting horn for this game, so... It is what it is. Oh, we've already got a voucher that has been eaten. Specifically a gourmet voucher, I believe. So there we go, we've got Exchanger. The songs are Attack Up Large, Health Recovery, and Recovery Speed Up. My priority for Hunting Horn is always Attack Boost. Always, always, always. Not just because it's important to increase the damage of your whole team, but also because you, as a Hunting Horn player, will be doing less damage with your weapon. So you have to make up for that lack of damage by boosting the damage of your team. It's always the priority to use Hunting Horn, or to use Attack Up Large when you're running Hunting Horn. Of course there are other songs that will be useful, but they're situational, and I think should be used when taking into account the weapons used by your teammates. In the case of Attack Up Large, it doesn't really matter what your teammate's using, everyone is going to equally receive the benefit of this skill. And again, it makes up for the lack of damage that you'll be dealing as a Hunting Horn user. So, Attack Up Large is the way to go in my opinion, with Hunting Horn. This is coming from a person who does not main Hunting Horn. You might have different opinions from people who do main Hunting Horn, but this is the impression that I have, and it's the way that I play Hunting Horn. Elemental Hunting Horn is fine, but I do come across a lot of people who don't run Element. Let's take Jonathan, for example. If I were to run Elemental Hunting Horn right now, he would not receive the benefits of Elemental Hunting Horn. Vernon is not running Element right now. He's running Status. Autonomic is, I believe, also running Raw. So, I wasn't even expecting this scenario right here to not work for Elemental Hunting Horn. I was going to use this as an example of, maybe it's not perfect. But actually, in this case, it would not be viable at all. So, the point is that Elemental Hunting Horn is still very situational. Whereas in the case of Attack Up Large, you will always consistently be able to benefit your team. And every person is going to be able to reap the benefits equally. And what that means for me is it works well, and it's simple, and it's easy. And that's the way I play it. I look for simplicity where I can find it, because there is beauty in simplicity, I feel. So, Rajang in the Snowy Mountains. Don't you fucking dare. I mean, that's unfair. You came around the corner, I couldn't even see where you were. Not a fan. Bugger off. What's the order of the songs here? I think I got it right. Did I get it right? I think I got it right. I did. Swinging my lollipop. You... I've got a fucking attack song to play, my friend. You better get away from me. Sometimes I just prioritize playing the song over physically hitting the monster. I did not have self-improvement yet. Have to roll to get in position. Sadly, I'm missing the head with the circle combo here. Play self-improvement during the mount. Hopefully I won't be hit. I was hit. Oh my god. No self-improvement today, Doomlink. But I suppose you can play it during the knockdown. Do some recital damage for a change. I say for a change to say that it actually was a way in which people played in the old days, back in 2nd gen. But it's a bit of a lost art form now. More than a bit of a lost art form. But recitals have good motion value, so they're still viable at least. Oh, fuck off. What a combo, hey? You still missed me, but what a combo. Already leaving, huh? Huh? Did you know that Rajang's spin move in this game can only be blocked backwards? Unless spaced. I don't know what you mean by spaced. No. I don't know, I think I've successfully blocked the spin move before, so I seem to have worked out the techniques, so. Unless I fluked it, but I'm not impressed about that. He's gonna jump backwards probably. No, he's gonna do that. I'll heal on up. No, you don't. Gonna do your jump back. I wanted to get a hit on the face, but I'm putting myself in harm's way unnecessarily, so let's stop doing that. I was not expecting you to go into an attack that quickly. I was hoping to at least get a hit on your face and then be able to vacate the fucking area. Oh, that's a lovely laggy slam down that you've got going on there. A bit of lag happening, unfortunately, but it's intermittent. I'm going to top up, attack up. It is time. He hit me with his physical move forward maneuver. Right. If you're in front of him, you need to block the other direction. Well, I understand that. But as far as what you mean by spaced, I don't know. Unless you mean, oh, like, further away from him. Maybe that's your meaning when you say spaced. And that's a dead Rajang right there. Poor bastard. Rajang Wildpelt. He's certainly wild, isn't he? Bloody monkey. I don't like the monkey monsters. Don't know about you guys, I'm not a monkey monster fan. Never have been, never will be. But I can live with Rajang, because he's interesting. I hate Blangonga. Blangonga sucks. I actually don't mind Copper Blangonga, but he was only in one game. Regular Blangonga? Oh god. Especially his hyper form. That can fuck right off. Stupid monster. Kill all monkeys right now. I'm gonna kill you with your own hunting horn, how about that? How do you feel? Out you go. Good night. And stand over your head. To assert dominance. Imagine asserting dominance over a corpse. If a corpse is in any way dominant, there's a problem. But anyway. Got a distinction from that hunt. Yeah. Tremorez, definitely worthwhile. Whether it be a song or a skill or whatever. Very useful against Hyper Blangonga or even regular Blangonga, to be honest. He's a real dick in this game. I don't know if you can hear the sound of grinding, but that's my friend Bob the Builder. He's a guy who seeks attention by turning on power tools while I'm recording. So, if we could get a big collective fuck you, Bob, that'd be great. Fuck you, Bob. Thanks, guys. KO plus 8/3 slot isn't that great, but if you don't have anything better, it's perfectly fine. Like, it's a good talisman, but comparatively speaking, no, because you can get some plus 10/3 slots kind of easily. It's not that hard to get a plus 10/3 slot, I've come to realize. I can help you out with your comparison by showing you my KO talisman. What have we got here? What have we got? I think we've got a few. Got a few KO talismans. If I can eventually find them. Here we go. So my KO talismans. I've only got one KO plus 10/3 slot. Got a plus 10/2 slot. Why you would want one with Pierce Up, I've got no idea. Not really useful with mounting. I've got a few 2 slots, as you can see, but this should give you an idea of what I mean when I say that getting high point numbers with KO isn't too hard. But again, plus 8/3 slot, really good and worth taking. Thank you for the fuck you, Bob. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that in more ways than you can imagine. But yeah, anything that's within the region of 8 points with 3 slots is going to do a lot for you in a mixed set. A lot. 3 slots on a talisman, provided the talisman has even as many as 6 points in the skill, it's going to give you a lot of mileage, so it's worth having, and even if you can get better stuff, it's still good for a lot of mixed sets, for sure. So, definitely worthwhile. Gravios and Glavenus, I don't even remember that quest. Okay. Maybe I'll remember it if I see the name, but... Water is the element. Let's see what the weapon will be. Ugh. Today's the day. Switch axe stream? What's going on? I think this is the 3rd time I've been given switch axe today. Once is almost too much. Okay. Water. I made this back in Generations, I just, you know, thought I may as well. Let's look at it. I like the design. What? Oh, it looks pretty ugly when it's not unsheathed. Unsheathed is pretty cool looking. It's not bad looking at all. Sheathed? Looks like shit. But anyway. I feel like the design was changed even. I don't know. But that is not what we're using, obviously. What is my water switch axe? I do have a water switch axe. Here it is. CD'd? CD'd axe. Yeah, right. Bit of a throwback to try, huh? Okay. Now I remember this. A very long what? A very long engravement. Yeah. Well. Oh wait. Was Beta going to rotate in place of Vernon? It was mentioned before, and then I forgot about it, and Vernon's still here. Was that going to happen? Because I'm happy for that to happen if it needs to, but... Maybe Beta rejected the offer. I don't know. I'm not too sure. I just had a flash in my mind of that being something that was discussed in the chat. You said you're available. Vernon says, I'm good for now. Which is to say, sorry, Beta, you missed your chance. Although, I don't know. You know what, then? Well, who else has been? Well, I think I will rotate you out, Vernon, after this hunt. Because I'll probably be going... I'll be live for a little while longer, and Beta's been sitting around for a while wanting to hunt. Or, well, available to hunt, as she puts it, but... I think I'll bring her in for the next hunt if you're cool with that. I've been looking for Exchanger, right? And I don't think I've found it, so... Well... This is the thing. I'm not going to rotate anyone out if they don't want to be rotated out, but... As long as I get to be in for Rustrazor 5... How many quests away from Rustrazor 5 are we? You know what, I suppose, look, given that Beta doesn't really want to get in, and that we'd be having to go back and forth because Vernon wants to be here for Rustrazor, we'll leave it alone. We'll just leave it alone. How about that? Easy does it. Oh, whoops, I meant to... Shit, I meant to actually use a gourmet voucher there. One more key than urgent. Well, I'll just keep you then. Whatever. If you have to be here for Rustrazor, then I'll just keep you. So. Oh, wow. This does not have much element. 372 attack. That's crazy. Attack up large plus the food is giving me 372 raw. That's pretty impressive. I like that. Rust City. Justin, the reason why we're not doing Rustrazor now is because it's an HR 13 requirement. So, Autonomic just needs to get to HR 13 first, and then we can do it. Okay. What are we hunting again? Gravios and Glavenus. Glavenus is... Oh, he's a baby! Look, he's a little baby! Oh, you poor thing. You're going to be annihilated. Look at him, he's tiny! I think he's small. He's small, right? I'm not going crazy. He's a little baby. I don't know where Gravios is, but quite frankly, I think we'll be starting with the little baby. Look at him. He's only a little one. And I feel for him. I really do. Is it Gold Crown size? I think so. Starting to look like it to me. Well, it was looking like it from the beginning. Stop this. This behavior of yours. I can fucking roll through your stuff, I don't mind. There are certain attacks that are very quick, and that therefore can be rolled through very easily. I'm not one to typically roll through attacks, but there are certain attacks that I do just roll through because they're very quick in how they deal damage to you. And the faster they deal damage, I guess the more short the hitboxes last. How am I phrasing this? You know what I mean. Fuck me, that was a little close. Yes, I can reach the tail in sword mode. Look at that. Yeah, he's a baby, isn't he? Fucking hell. He's tiny. I can actually reach the tail in sword mode. Look at this. He's a little boy. Not too impressed about two monsters in the same area. Jonathan's already out. And I don't have any fucking dung bombs. Does anyone have dung bombs? I guess not. If we did have dung bombs on hand, we probably already would have seen one go off by now. Well. Let's hope one of them leaves of their own accord, because sometimes monsters don't like it when there's another one in the area, so they just leave on their own anyway. We'll see. Stop with this. I'm getting lasered. Well, I'm at risk of being lasered. Thank you for hitting the Glavenus, not the... or rather, thank you Glavenus for hitting the Gravios. There you go. Uh-oh. Laser, laser, laser. No, I can't really roll through that now, can I? Oh, no. Trying to negotiate these two is not the easiest. It's a bit bright outside, isn't it? Hey, I might take this as a trance slash opportunity. As you can see, I positioned that for when he got up rather than for when he was down, because it wasn't going to do much for me when he was down. Or, well, it wasn't going to do much for me unless he was down, and I knew he wasn't going to stay down, so... looks like I'm soloing the Glavenus at this time. Very well. Shit. Hey, look who's leaving. Now, hopefully, our friend doesn't follow Glavenus. I'm just going to hope. Hope is all I have at this point. It's nice using the Cedeus Switch Axe. You know, I didn't use the Cedeus Switch Axe very much in Try. I actually opted for Celestial Demon Bind, I believe it was called. The... what was it just called? Demon Bind. Can't remember now. But yeah, the Jen Moran Switch Axe. I mean, I was back and forth on Power File and Element File back in Try. I didn't really care too much. I deemed the Switch Axe to be a shitty weapon type anyway, and so I didn't really care about dealing the best possible damage with it. So, and I've always been an Element guy, so I think Elemental File was generally a thing. Basically, your Element File Switch Axe was Jen Moran for water, and your Power File was Cedeus. I'm using that Cedeus Axe right now. And, yeah. I just felt like Cedeus was lacking a little bit in that game. That was a long time ago. Looks like we're... Going 2 on each monster. Very well. I'd like to get Demon Riot working, but I'll have to get myself charged up first. I think I'll just use all of this charge and then I'll try out Demon Riot. Ah, still managed to get you there. That was impressive, actually. You're not going back there, are you? Why would you go back there? Come on, you only have been in here for like a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Oh, there's a pallium from the shiny. That's why you gather shinies, everyone. Well, I will continue fighting Glavenus, I guess. Oh, he was hungry, that's why he came back here. Very well. He's giving me good head opportunities, so I'll take him. Oh, that's right, I was going to get Demon Riot ready, so I'll stay in axe mode to keep myself charging up. I hadn't really charged up enough back then, so I wouldn't have done Demon Riot anyway. Good flinches there. Oh, you poor bastard. I do enjoy the overhead swings of Switch Axe. In axe mode, they do feel pretty good. Particularly that one. That's the one with the best motion value. It's very clean. Whoop. Oh, goodbye. I will save Demon Riot for Gravios. Anyone who wants their Glavenus calves is welcome to come and get them. Got 2 palliums in one quest. Okay, I get the point. Little baby Glavenus wants to shower me with riches today. Just for confirmation. 2 palliums. 1 from the carve, 1 from the shiny. Not that I need them. That's when you get everything that's rare. It's when you don't need them. It's always been that way. I've been live for a while. Almost 4.5 hours and it's fucking bright outside, shit. I really should reduce the brightness. Anyway, I'll take care of that after this hunt. Look who's limping. Cue him. Get him out of here. Well, I barely got to use Demon Riot. I mean, what a killjoy. This team is too effective. Alright, I'll go and carve and then I'll deal with the lighting again. No, I actually don't need to. The lighting has abated, or the brightness has. The light of the sun has waned, and it returns again. I don't like the sun. There you go. That should be fine. That should be fine. Yeah, first world hunter problems. Team too effective. I'm not having fun because we're killing monsters too fast. That is what's happening, basically. Where am I from? Australia. Because obviously, I'm not in the in a part of the world where it is currently nighttime, clearly. No, it is almost 2:40 in the afternoon on the 29th of June. I was kind of hoping for a third Pallium. I was getting greedy. I was like, oh, come on. Let's ride it home, come on. No, I didn't mean that... of course I could have been from New Zealand, but... I wasn't belittling you by saying that obviously I'm somewhere that where the sun is still shining. It was just a comment. But you can tell that I'm not New Zealander for the reason that I don't swap my vowels around. They have this weird thing where they don't get their vowels right. They're very special in that way. E is E, A is A, I is I. You know, E is not E, and I is not or whatever the fuck they say. I don't even know what they say anymore. But they swap their vowels around, and it's very odd. It's not normal. Anyway, let's go and spin the wheel. I'm not going to sit here trying to work out how the New Zealanders swap their vowels around. And I especially don't want to get it wrong. So... you know what, I just realized I already have a raw longsword, I think. I just remembered it. This is it. Darkness Within. This thing hits like a truck. Look at it. 395 raw. Oh, negative 10% affinity, but still. Yeah, I'm gonna use this. Darkness Within. I'll have to get my eyeliner out, you know. Darkness Within. I'm using the Darkness Within today. I'm feeling really upset. You know, that sort of thing. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Fucked up my hair now. Oh no, my hair. How's my hair? Okay, it's alright again. Let's not mess around with our hair too much. Ooh. 2 options for Exchanger, again, both with Unlucky Cat. That seems to happen all the time. If I have Unlucky Cat and Exchanger in one case, I'll end up having it for 2. What music do I like? Mostly heavy metal. So, yeah. What's the quest again? Is it worth having... Yeah, no, oh, I will get Unlucky Cat for that. Where was I finding it again? I think here. Yeah. Let's get this. Okay. So yeah, Darkness Within... Depends on your preference, but I'd say this is a pretty solid longsword. This is the sort of thing that I want to use. It's interesting because I had completely forgotten that I'd made this. I had a sneaking suspicion that I'd made something relating to a raw longsword, but I couldn't quite remember it. But no, I did. Oh, it's an arena quest, I didn't realise. You know what, rather than using a Mega Dash Juice, I will actually use rations. And I'm going to take 2 stacks, I'm sorry. Whoever wants rations, I've just taken them, so... But I think Vernon didn't take rations anyway, so it works. take these. I'm being kicked for that. Well, I'm so sorry. Nice work on the fence, by the way. Oh no. I literally got flinched into that hitbox. I was trying to keep away from the tail and I was flinched right in place to get hit by it. Oh dear. Was the mount failed? That looked like a mount to me. Huh. Wonder what happened there. Oh, the fence actually prevented your mount. I see. That's annoying. It looked like the mount had succeeded and then failed. In other words, a mount had been triggered and then it didn't go ahead. Well, that's annoying. Get over to that tail. Not because I want to break it, but because it's the weak point. Use it. Oops. I have a feeling I was part of that flinch. By way of lag compensation. The fence is now down. Okay, so we're now in white sharpness, which means that we're going to drop down to blue very soon, if we're not careful. Well, look out for that. Well, being careful is going to make a difference. As far as whether or not we drop to blue. But we need to be aware of it. And I think I will sharpen when I hit green. I don't think I need to sharpen up from blue, honestly. I can live with this. Didn't have critical juncture available yet, so I wasn't able to make use of that. Nice work, Vernon. That was fucking close. That was very close. Well, looking good. I might sharpen up, seeing as though I'm already here. Uh-oh. That was close. I was the target of that attack. Damn it. Can't get a full fucking spirit combo out right now. Now I can probably do Unhinged Spirit. I won't do it just yet, I'll wait until he's down from the mount. I'll get in position for the back. Oh, he fell the other way. Shit. Beautiful damage right there. That's 395 damage, mostly without negative crits, so very good. The fence will be going down momentarily, but we will be able to carve in peace for the most part. What the fuck is going on? I'm still carving? Do I have carve high? I have carve low. And I got a sacrament out of it. Which was the rare item of high rank, but not so much G rank. How does the tremor still affect me? I mean, look how physically far I am from his legs, and it still affected me with tremor. That's unbelievable. I don't know what they were thinking with the tremor, but that's dumb. That's really dumb. Still got Unhinged Spirit going here. Uh-oh. I'm actually going to sharpen up here during the mount. Seems like a good idea to me. Oh, he's gone and hardened in this time. Shit. Ran out of unhinged spirit, unfortunately. This has become a bit of a problem. Can you go and dive onto the ground now, please? It's about time. As I can try and hit the body. Oh, down he goes. Just about to run out of red, but I got it back. Got it back. Surprised that chest isn't broken yet, my god. Honestly shocked. I think this will break it though, come on. Can't believe it. Can't bloody believe it. Oh, I broke it just in the last moment. Cool. Yeah, there's something wrong with the Agnaktor Tremor in this game. It's not right. It wasn't like that in the other games. If anything, maybe it's alright from the side, but directly in front of him, you know what they probably do? They probably have it be from the head, which is obviously not going to make any sense, because the tremor is created by his weight hitting the ground from his legs, so it should emanate from his legs, right? His legs are the fucking epicenter, and then it goes out from there, but it's looking like they've done it so that if you're close to the head, that's part of it. I mean, as if the head is going to in any way influence the tremor, which it wouldn't, because it's never touching the ground. But I think that's what's happened here. I think they've done something really dumb with the tremor system. Because both times I was affected by a tremor from quite a distance there was when I was in front of him. So it could be distance from the head rather than, if you're in front of him, rather than distance from the arms or legs, whatever you want to say. That was my 101st large wyvern gem. Sitting at hunt rank 845. Almost halfway through HR 800. I think I will finish up here once Autonomic gets his G5 tickets. That's what we'll do. Yeah, I think it's Adalkar time. Hopefully. Go spin the wheel. Greatsword. That's pretty good for Adalkar. I like Greatsword for Adalkar. There we go. Let's get him to HR 13. It's been a long time coming. Well, maybe not a long time, but it's been a lot of work. Does take some time, even if you've got a team that's just ploughing through the key quests. Admittedly, we haven't been purely focused on key quests. We've been doing a lot of Rustrazor, so yeah, that's why. I mean, it could have been done even faster had we not been focusing on that. Finding Exchanger anywhere, I regret to say. You know what, I will get defense up large just for the final stage of the fight. Favourite Blade Master weapon is Greatsword, and I also very much enjoy ranged weapon types. My favourite Blade Master weapons are Greatsword and Sword and Shield, and then I almost love light bowgun, heavy bowgun, and bow equally. And then everything else follows underneath that. But I am a lover of Greatsword. Always will be. I better ready up myself. Whoops, wrong button. That was the ready up button once upon a time. Not anymore. Oh goodness. Castle on the run. Except he's not on the run, because he's in an arena, and we don't have to chase him. That's funny. You can watch the cutscene here. Short and sweet, but yeah. Don't really need cleansers. I do love the sandstorm around here though, it's very cool. You can see that story-wise there, I don't know if that's the Soratorium or a different airship. Actually don't know. I feel like the Soratorium is bigger, isn't it? I'm trying to see it, is it? Not too sure. But in terms of the... It's hard to know if it just looks smaller because it's far away or if it's actually small. I'm not sure. I'm sure someone knows the story, I don't bloody know. I don't follow it. Yeah. Of course, breaking the abdomen there is very important for iridescent carapace, which is the one thing that you're going to need the most often from this monster. Because even if you don't make this monster's items, weapons, armor, etc., iridescent carapace, which does drop from this monster, will be required for lots of other weapons and armor. At least, that's what my experience tells me. So, breaking that back, or abdomen, or whatever the hell it is definitely worth it. Yep. So I don't know if Autonomic knows how to fight this thing. He seems to know what he's doing. Or he's just following the logical thing to do. Can barely see what I'm doing. I ran too far there. Still got that on target though. Oh. Hey Beans. Yeah, I've been live for ages. But you did make it. Going to do this smash charge with the follow-up. And then I'll do Moonbreaker. Brilliant. That's some good damage right there. Couldn't get that last charge out, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't... Well, I can imagine why the wheel would be weird for Adalkar. That I can imagine. Oh. That is a mount on Adalkar, which you don't see all that often. I've lost my purple sharpness. Not a huge issue in this game. Actually, I will do Brimstone Slash and hope that I am attacked by my teammates. Thank you very much, guys. It's the one time when being flinched by your teammates is ideal. That is a lot of paralysis resistance you've got there, Adalkar. That was like a 3-second paralysis. The thing on the back is broken. The back / the abdomen. Will I still play this game if I reach Hunt Rank 999? Yes, I will. Maybe a little less often, but I will definitely still be playing it. I'm not too worried about not having anything to work towards if I do reach 999, which I will. There will come a time where I reach 999 and I'll still be playing this game, but yeah, it'll be a shame to not have something to work towards, I guess, but I'll be perfectly willing to continue playing. It's just a matter of time. When did I sharpen? Did I actually sharpen subconsciously? I think I sharpened subconsciously. Unless something weird happened. Anyway, I won't question it. Actually, better work on this rubble here. Because this is the rubble that's going to... Oh, stop it. Behave yourself. Some background noise there. Which is somewhat frustrating, actually, now that I think about it. You know, that background noise might actually be enough to stop my recording just shy of being able to do Rust Razor G5. But, you know, it almost feels like you can just reach that weak point from here. But whatever. Have to go all the way around. Don't knock me off again. I wasn't really knocked off. I fell through the monster. Which is typical old Mon standard. It's about the gameplay, not about the realism, isn't it? Oh dear. Alright. Weak point number 2. Which we now have access to. And we're going to do the same thing as last time. We're going to do the full combo with the Greatsword here, Smash Charge into the follow-up, and then do Moonbreaker, level 3. Jonathan is setting down bombs, or is attempting to. I would not recommend that you attempt to. He's really trying to set bombs. There's a few attempts there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 attempts to place bombs there. Oh. There you go, and that's the final form. This is the difficult part of the fight. The fight is not really difficult past this point, or up until this point the fight is not difficult at all, but this is where things get dangerous, this is where people do start to die, which is the frustrating part, because you have to go through a little bit to get to this point in the first place. So, it's annoying to fail at this time, but anyway. Oh no, that wheel. That's a huge thing that Adalkar's swinging around. If I walk into this golden thread, I'm going to get bound by silk. Which I don't really want, obviously. We should get that level 3 off, fortunately. Might find an appropriate time to do Brimstone Slash. Let's do it now. Brilliant. Worked out very well. Brimstone Slash cannot be interrupted. So it works as sort of a counter-attack. In fact, it definitely works as a counter-attack because your damage is actually boosted if you are hit, either by a teammate or by an enemy. You will take the same damage that you would otherwise take, but you just won't be flinched by it. That's the idea. Suppose Moonbreaker is in order. Oh, I'm a bit far away. No, here we go. Come on! I'm trying to do Moonbreaker. He's not going to last much longer. He's almost at the end of his health. Very soon. What was broken there? Maybe the pincers or whatever the hell. And if we look at the environment, you can see that the sandstorm has dissipated. And it now opens up into a very most likely hot and desolate desert location with not a cloud in the sky. And it's very nice to see the location open up like that. It's cool. There's the what I believe to be the Sanatorium. I think that would be it, wouldn't it? I would imagine so. And it is actually moving. I think it was over there before, wasn't it? So yeah, it's been circling this location very slowly. I don't know if it was a bounce kill. It's possible. Wasn't really paying attention. So what I will actually do is finish up now, because I can sense that Bob is going to start making some annoying noise. So I'd like to quit now, while I'm ahead, because I'm actually emotionally allergic to Bob making sounds while I'm recording. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish up here, and you guys are of course welcome to continue playing on your own if you'd like, if you want to do Rust Razor G5, but I'm going to be finishing here, and it's been a really good run. We have gotten a lot done in this recording, which you would hope given that it has been almost 5 hours, and yeah. I'm almost tempted to get it to 5 hours, because we're currently at 4 hours and 58 minutes, so... But, I mean, I'm very good at dragging things on, so how about I do that? What I'm actually going to check is whether or not that was actually the Sanatorium. I think it was. Now, I don't think it is, because if you look at that design, that's a different balloon design to what I was seeing up top there. So you know what it probably was? It was probably just a normal guild airship. That's probably what it was. It was probably nothing too special. That would be my guess. But yeah, we're about to hit the 5 hour mark, and then once that happens I'll finish up. I just like to have it at around the 5 hour mark. It's nicer that way. I'll get your tickets. Thank you. I do like the fact that you're on an airship in this game. I think it's pretty cool. What have you got for me? Why Venturer? Got a Sanatorium ticket for me. You're going to give me a bunch of life powders probably if I talk to you. Wait, no, it's the courier that gives me that. Speak to the courier. Where's the courier? I know you're around here somewhere, you damn cat. Oh, I do like it that if you stand at the back here, you get more of a view for the whole location. See this? This is cool. That's very cool. But yeah, thanks for watching everyone, and I will see you all when I'm next recording for any Monster Hunter series of mine that you might want to watch, or anything else of mine that you might want to watch. I don't only play Monster Hunter, so I will see you at that time, and I bid you all farewell. Bye bye for now.